Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's Mslab-Talab International Webinar 2021 with the special theme Lactic Acid Bacteria, the Way Forward. My name is Junyan Yoplo, or you can just call me James. I'm your MC today. Today we have 6 prominent speakers coming all the way from Taiwan, Japan, Malaysia, Italy, and Ireland. So just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any question during the presentation, please type them in directly into the question box in your WebEx control panel throughout the presentation. We will bring them up during the end of each presentation, and we will have approximately 10 minutes for the Q&A after each presentation. If your questions are not being selected due to some time limit, we will forward the question to the presenter for their feedback later. All right. So let's allow me to put on our program agenda of today. Right, as you can see here from the program agenda, we will be having welcome remark. After welcome remark, we are going to have 3 presenters. Then we have a short break of 10 minutes. Another 3 presenter by following up. And then we are going to have our welcome remark, and we hopefully closing remark, and we hopefully that will be ending up with 6 p.m. later on, right? Okay, now let me unshare this one. All right. So without further ado, we will turn the time over to our welcome remark by the Talab President, Dr. Chin Chu Chen. Dr. Chen, the floor is yours.
Now then, presentation. Okay. President Fu and all the other speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Salam Tatang, welcome and 欢迎. On behalf of Taiwan Association for Lactic Acid Bacteria, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to first joint webinar of Malaysian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria and with the Taiwan Association for Lactic Acid Bacteria. We are very grateful to Dr. Fu and her working teams for their tremendous support. They have provided us as hosts and invited us to co-organize the webinar together. As co-organizers, I would like to give a brief introductions of TLAB. Following the establishment of AFS-LAB in 2002, TLAB was established by Dr. Tsai Ying-jie in 2003 to initiate and stimulate research on lactic acid bacteria and their applications. Throughout these years, we have connected a network of researchers, educators, students, and industrial professionals working together to advance lactic acid bacteria. We opened up the knowledge dissemination by transforming scientific knowledge into commodity goods. This effort can be seen by the increase of probiotics annual output value in Taiwan. As you can see, from 2003, from 2003, 470 millions grow up to 2019's over 1 billion. Currently, we have more than 150 members in Taiwan TALABs, including 29 group members from industrial professionals and 156 individual members come from research, lecturers, doctors, and students. After established by Dr. Tsai, take the leading as TALAB president. 这没休息怎么弄？We are also fortunate to have Dr. Liao from Food Industrial Research and Development Institute, Professor Yan Chongrong from Datung University, and Professor Chai-Min Ru from Taiwan University, National Taiwan University, and me to help make TALAB better. As they will also participate in this conference, I hope you will get to meet them during this conference. I will also share the missions of TALAB. We provide knowledge and cooperation platforms for the academic research institutes and industries. We also provide the latest information of LAB for consumers by such as by publishing some books, exchange information with lactic acid barrier related to international organizations. We hold lactic acid bacteria conference and symposium and suggest the lactic acid bacteria regulations and the standards to government. For example, some lactic acid bacteria strains, Enterococcus genus, were forbidden to use as probiotics in Taiwan by government since 2019. Then I will introduce some TALAB activities, including organizing two domestic conference, always in June and in November per year. Attending international ACLAB, AFSLAB annually. Attending board of directors and supervisors meetings 4 times per year, and sponsoring best students papers and posters, as well as recognizing best innovative products Here is last year our spring symposiums. The topic was prospective functional properties. This is annual symposiums last year's, and the topic is prospective applications of lactic acid bacteria. You can see from these pictures, this is Watanabe, Dr. Watanabe from Japan, and this is me. For each symposium, we also have for our board of directors and the supervisor meetings, which take place 4 times per year in different places. For example, this is Taiwan University, and this in Webkin companies, and in elsewhere companies. We also attend international symposiums such as AFSLAB. For example, this AFSLAB was held in Taiwan, which have over 400 people participants from 16 countries. We prepared some special efficiencies for LAB industries and research in Taiwan. Our 8 members also visited the 6th SLB in Iran. We can see here, but I think beautiful Iran girls and money and donkey ships got more lookings. This is 2019's ACLOB in Indonesia. We will also share information domestically. We were with corporate such as Guangquan Company. This is the dairy companies in Taiwan, and Iceland corporations. This Taiwan yogurt companies. And last year's we visited before the COVID-19 outbreaks in Taiwan. We were fortunate to visit the Webkins. The yellow area is my office. Okay. And some international cooperation with. This is 2019. We with ED and in Inner Mongolia Agricultural Universities. Okay. I would like to share with you that for each conference we organize, we will provide best students with best students papers and poster award. For papers up to $1,000 US. For posters, we afford up to $200 US for scholarship. And we also recognize the best innovative products of these years. Finally, although we can face with each other and chat like before, but I believe that by hosting in these webinars events together with Mslab, we can still exchange and discuss the latest research outcomes and deepen our passions in probiotics research. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and communicate the latest scientific topics on lactic acid bacteria and the related microbes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen, for your welcoming remark. Now let's welcome Mslab, Malaysian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria President, Professor Dr. Hoi Ling Fu, for her welcoming note. Professor Fu, please. Professor Fu?
Okay.
The time is yours. Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, just also unmute. Okay, so sorry. Okay, I'll start over again my speech then. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. James, yeah, for your kind introduction. And a very good morning and a good afternoon to Dr. Chin Chu Chen, the president of the Taiwan Association for Lactic Acid Bacteria, in short, TALAB, or Taiwan Association LAB, and our distinguished guests, the executive board members of the Taiwan Association for Lactic Acid Bacteria, the executive board members of the Malaysian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria, in short, Mslab, the organizing committee members of the Mslab-Talab International Webinar 2021, honorable invited speakers, fellow academics, fellow researchers, personnel from various organizations, industries, and students from various universities and colleges, and our sponsors, representatives, and media. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I take great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the first joint webinar of the Malaysian Society for LAB with the Taiwan Association for LAB. For your information, both Mslab and TALAB are affiliated with the ASEAN Federation of Societies for Lactic Acid Bacteria, in brief, FSLAB, which has members from all over Asia, such as China, India, Indonesia, Iran, Japan, Mongolia, Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam, besides Mslabs and TALAB. On behalf of the Mslab, we are pleased to host the inaugural webinar with TALAB to bring you the 6 very prominent scientists from Ireland, Italy, Japan, Taiwan, and Malaysia, who will share their insights on different impacts of LAB. Lactic acid bacteria, the way forward, is the theme for this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, LAB has been involved in food fermentation for centuries and is amongst the first bacteria discovered back in 1875. Later, LAB was associated with the well-known term probiotics, which is coined in the 1960s and is now widely claimed to promote various health benefits such as gut, skin, liver, lung, and brain health, which will be the topic for our discussion today. Since then, a few biotics terms that are closely related to probiotics has been suggested. For instance, prebiotic and symbiotic. In addition, This remarkable bacteria also produce a variety of antimicrobial compounds, such as bacteriocins and other unique bioactive metabolites. And therefore, the term postbiotic and paraprobiotic was suggested around the 2010s to address the bioactive metabolites produced by the LAB. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Taiwan Association LAB for co-organizing this webinar and hope that both Malaysian Society of LAB and Taiwan Association of LAB will have more collaborations in the future. I also would like to extend my special gratitude to the invited speakers, special partners, especially our sponsors and supporters, co-organizers, and all participants for their support for making this webinar a success. A big salute to all committee members of this webinar who has worked very hard continuously to show their unwavering commitment and concerted efforts to ensure a special, unique, memorable, and fruitful webinar for everyone in less than a month. For your information, we have received more than 700 participants registered for this webinar. They come from 19 countries, such as China, Ethiopia, Ghana, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Malaysia, Mauritius, Myanmar, Nigeria, Pakistan, Poland, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, Turkey, Vietnam, United States of America, and Yemen. I'm confident this webinar will shed lights on current topics of interest on these old bacteria, but whose importance never grows old. More impactful, exciting, and emerging valuable roles of LAB are being uncovered. I wish you all a pleasant and fulfilling scientific sharing and interaction in the Mslab-Talab International Webinar 2021. I hope everyone will enjoy this webinar and prepare yourselves to be challenged and inspired during the webinar. As the Vice President of the Asian Federation of Societies for LAB or Mslab, I also hope that you will return for the 11th ASEAN Congress of LAB, which will be held in Tokyo, Japan in November this year. As well as for the 12th ASEAN Congress of LAB, which will be held in August 2021 in Kuching, Sarawak State of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my welcoming address, I wish to take this opportunity to share a brief history of Mslab, which have a very short history compared to Taiwan Association of LAB, in a short video clip. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the video clip then. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof, for your very inspirational speech. It is also great to inform you that we have more than 600 participants from all over the world joining us today at our Facebook Live, website, and also Webex. Thank you very much. It was a very great number. Thank you. So now I will be handing over the stage to our chairperson of the very first section of today to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Ming Chu Chen. You may take over from me now on. Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Low. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This section includes 3 big shots in probiotic area. The first speaker is Professor Cai Yingjie. I think most of people know him quite well. And Professor Cai Yingjie is from National Yangming Jiao Tong University. Professor Cai is a very important people in probiotic area. He's not only a pioneer studying the relationship between probiotics and the gut-brain axis. He also is one of the key persons established the TALAB, also the Asia Federation of Society for LAB. Today, Professor Cai will share his new finding in probiotic and the Parkinson's disease. Let's welcome Professor Cai Yingjie. Professor Cai.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you for your introduction. Now I want to share my slide. What should I do? I'm too old to
Yeah,
use
you
it.
need to share your slide with everyone, okay?
Wait, you're smiling.
There's something in Chinese, 共用. Yeah. Good.
What?
Okay, yeah, starting. Okay, you can start.
Okay, I do that. Hi, thank you. Hi. Wait a minute, wait 1 second. All right. Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. And it's a wonderful webinar, I think. And I still can remember very clearly that maybe after the Singapore conference, maybe there are 20 or 30 our members, and we take a bus and cross the border and go to visit UPM. That's 10 years ago. That's 2009, I think. And the next year, we also attend the Mslab here in UPM. And recently, I think it's 2016, and there's a Malaysia Association of Microbiology and the Malaysia Association for Lactic Bacteria. There's a joint meeting here at Melaka, and I was invited there, and Professor Hu and her husband, Professor Low, pick up me from the airport, and we go there. It's a very beautiful city. What I want to emphasize is that our two society really have a very deep friendship and very close communication. And it is so good that even under this terrible situation, we still can have such kind of joint seminar together. It's good. And although Professor Chen had introduced me, but I want to add a little more. I was retired from university 3 years ago. I'm almost 70. And however, the university still give me a title of the so-called, I forgot, chair professor. And so I can still hold my laboratory, and I have a research team in university. And maybe 2015, and I transferred the PS12A from our university and start a company called Bennett Biomedical here. And so I'm run for this company, and we try to bring this psychobiotic strain to the international market. Okay, I will briefly introduce this company at the end of my talk if I have enough time. So today I'm going to talk about PS12A for Parkinson's disease. All right, go. And psychobiotic, it was coined by Professor Deland and Klein in 2013, and this is their definition. And they use the patient, they use the illness, so somehow they make a psychobiotic become somehow like a pharmaceutical or something. Here is a more simple, more straightforward definition. Live bacteria with beneficial effect on mental health. And Deland and Klein, they published a paper in in 2018, finding the needle in a haystack. That means it's not so easy to identify, systematically identify a psychobiotic. And in Chinese, we say finding the needle from the ocean is more difficult. More difficult than finding the needle in a haystack. Anyway, and in 2019, they published a paper. The title is "Still Waiting for Godot." That means that yes, we know the psychobiotic has pretty good beneficial, a pretty good effect for the depression, for the autism, or something. But the mechanism is totally still we don't know. So we need something. We need to wait for Godot to come to give us a big something solid evidence so that we can translate the psychobiotic from bench to the bedside or something. Okay. And in my laboratory, we first established several depression model. Depression model. For example, metal separation model, corticosteroid injection model, or CMS model, and so on. We use this model, this depression model, to screen for potential psychobiotic from our LAB bank, especially those with significant anti-inflammation activity or immune modulation activity. We use this kind of cell model to screening. And in here, PS12A was isolated by using the mental separation model. Sometimes we call early life stress model. Okay, and this strain was isolated, I think, more than 10 years ago from Fu Cai. This is a traditional fermented mustard in Taiwan and also southern China. And Fu in Chinese means happiness, blessing. And Cai, is my family name. So Fu Cai means happy and blessed Professor Cai something. it's a joke. And Fu Cai, we isolate many LAB strain from Fu Cai and put into our bank. And when we screening for psychobiotic, we screening from this our strain bank. We know this strain have a very high immune modulation, anti-inflammation activity. And then, however, in the so-called open field test, we found that this strain could increase the locomotor activity of the 9 months. And this is a logo of TS12A. In Malaysia, we use this one. We use this logo. Okay. PS is the psychobiotic, the abbreviation of psychobiology. However, in Bible, it's also an abbreviation of Psalm. And Psalm 128 is a very short poetry talking about a blessing from heaven. So it's very nice. Why we named this strain as PS12A? Is that mean this strain isolated from Wu Cai? Also, we know this strain will give blessing to many people. Okay. And we use several animal models to test this, to study the functionality of this strain: depression, Parkinson, Alzheimer, Tourette, insomnia, and so on. And we found that when the animal take this strain, their dopamine and serotonin will be increased very significantly, especially in the cortex. Both these dopamine and serotonin are called kind of happy hormone, make you happy, make you more relaxed. And also dopamine is one important component of reward system in your brain. That means reward system means is that it can make you more, if you have high level of dopamine, you will be more positive or more willing to do everything in your best. And so, and also it will reduce the serum corticosteroid and increase the BDNF. So dopamine, serotonin, corticosteroid, BDNF, and this is the biological base of this strain. Okay, and we already applied for patent in more than 20 or 30 countries, and this is the strain, how to say that, the claim, and including the strain itself, except US, because US they don't allow microorganism strain to apply for patent. But in other countries, the strain itself, and stress-induced disorder, anxiety, depression, IBS, corticosteroid, dopamine, pain, and constipation, diarrhea, dyspepsia. It was very broad, with very good pattern anyway. And except this main pattern, we applied several independent patterns for this brand, for this trend. Movement disorder, that means Parkinson and Tourette syndrome, autism and sport injury or something, pattern and strain identification. Okay. Today, and for this trend, we got a lot of pattern, and we are carrying on more than 15 clinical studies. Most of them are in Taiwan. We published more than 12 papers. And in this year, in this 2021, we have published around 20 papers in it. And our product already launched in more than 40 countries. Okay, today I want to focus my talk on the Parkinson. I think in this slide you can see that Professor Sakis Masmaria of Caltech, he published a paper in Cell 2016, and and it's microbiota regulate motor deficit and neuroinflammation in Parkinson mice. Okay, and this paper draw a lot of attention in the media. For example, here, this brain order may actually begin from your gut, or may even cause something like this. In Parkinson patient, in our brain, there's a millions of so-called dopamine neuron in this area, subtraction nigra, and this dopamine neuron will secrete dopamine and circulate in your brain. And Parkinson patient, I don't know why, but this dopamine neuron was damaged, or died, or number was decreased, and that's why their brain, the dopamine level in the brain was decreased. And okay, there are several critical review published in these 2 or 3 years, and there's a Professor Ai Hui Tang of the University of Malaya, and they published a review talking related to probiotic for PD, Parkinson's disease, and this year, gut microbiota in PD and so on. I don't think Professor Tang is with us today, and maybe next time, I hope after the pandemic, I can go to Malaysia, go to KL, Ibao, Penang, and so on. And I will go to visit many. I have so many friends there, and I hope I can visit Professor Tang and have some discussion with her. And I think maybe June or July is better, because I like durian very much, and durian, that's the best season of durian. I will make a durian trip from KL to go to Penang. Okay. At first, we established several animal models for PD. For example, MPTP and rotilon. We inject these two drugs. These two drugs will go into the dopamine neuron in the substrate nigra and increase the oxidation stress and kill the neuron. Or we can inject 6-OHDA directly into the midbrain area. And again, this drug will go into the dopamine neuron and kill the neuron. Okay. And this is the MPTP model, and we stand for tyrosine hydroxylase. And this is dopamine synthesis enzyme. So every green spot in this figure, this is substrate nigra. Every green spot represents active dopamine neuron. Okay. So when you treat the mice with the MPTP, the neuron will, the number of active neuron will decrease. Like this, you can, and DOPA and PS1-2A will restore this kind of damage, especially PS1-2A. PS1-2A in your gut can protect the neuron in your brain. Okay, this is the paper we published last year in BBI and brain behavior immunity. And okay, How about the behavior? This is a so-called POL test. This is a simple behavior test used to assess the motor dysfunction. And this POL is around 50 to 60 centimeter. And put mice here, and they will turn around. So we got the inversion time and come down. We got a descent time. And MPTP treatment increase the time. And the PS1-2A will decrease and make the mice move faster. Okay, and this is so-called rotor test. And we put the mice on the rotor, and MPTP mice cannot stay longer. They just only stay 20 seconds or so. However, PS1-2A will increase the time, make them stay much longer. And this one is another one. This is called the narrow beam test. And you can see this is the Parkinson mice, MPTP treated mice. You can their leg, their balance is so poor, and they cannot raise their tail. Okay, and okay, run again for us. And this is dopamine. I don't know why the dopamine their balance is still very bad. Their tail cannot raise, but they run very fast. Just go. Okay. However, in the PS1-2A, you can see that the balance is good. The tail is beautiful. They stop and look around, sniff around. This so-called discovery behavior. That means PS1-2A will make you more relaxed, more enjoy life or something. Okay, I think this is very important for PS1-2A. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, sorry. Now, how about the underlying biological mechanism? We do a lot of things, and we check the many biomarker in every area or brain. I only show you the data in striatum this time, and this is interesting. This is dopamine and norepinephrine. Okay, you can see that MPTP treatment will reduce both of these two neurotransmitter, and PS1-2A will partially restore this kind of damage. Okay, and then BDNF and NGF, this is neurotrophic factor. Neurotrophin play a major role in neuron survival, maintenance, and regeneration. So it's very important for all people, and also very important for young people. Okay, you can see here, MPTP treatment that PS1-2A will increase the BDNF and also increase the NGF. Here, you can see here, this is a naive mice without any MPTP treatment. And feed with the PS1-2A can increase the BDNF level in your brain. I don't want to talk too over anyway. I'm a 70-year-old scientist. When I see this data, I think I should take PS1-2A more and more every day and night, because it can increase the BDNF and can protect my brain, regeneration my brain. Okay. And then this is the microglia activation marker here. We check the GFAP and also IBA1, and these two microglia activation lead to the neural inflammation, which is very important in the pathology of PD and also AD, Alzheimer. And here, MPTP treatment increase the microglia activation, and PS1-2A suppress this one. Okay. And this is the pro-inflammation and cytokine, TNF alpha, IL-1 beta, and IL-6, and so on. MPTP treatment increase them, and PS1-2A suppress. And this is oxidation, SOD and glutathione, and PS1-2A can increase this kind of antioxidation activity. And I want to explain this one to read to you. Damage the dopamine neurons will activate glia cell, release the pro-inflammation mediator. Overproduction of pro-inflammation mediator will activate glia cell, causing more neuron damage via oxidative mediator, which further damage your neuron and produce more pro-inflammation mediator, kind of self-perpetuating neurotoxicity. Okay, let's go next. Of course, we study the microbiota. And PS1-2A, we know that PS1-2A, slowly. And PS1-2A can, treatment with MPTP and also 1-2A can slightly change the microbiota. We use the qPCR to check the Enterobacteriaceae family, the number of this family. And this family is this family will trigger the inflammation condition in the clone. And that is important for Parkinson and AD. I mean, Parkinson patient usually have very high Enterobacteriaceae. Okay, so in sickle sample, yes, the Enterobacteriaceae number is high. And however, in PS1-2A supplementation will suppress this kind of. I mean, it will modify the microbiota slightly, not so significant. However, they can suppress the bad guy, suppress the bad bacteria. Hi, please, this paper is open access, so very easy to download this paper. This is another model called, I don't know how to. Okay, called Hemi-PD model. We directly inject the 6-OH-DA into the middle brain, and we set a device in here, and there are five electrodes. This is for injection. All right. This two is stimulation electrode. That means these two do the so-called deep brain stimulation. It's kind of heart pacemaker will send the electrical impulse to your brain. Okay, and these two to record the beta oxidation. This beta oxidation is the kind of marker of the PD symptom. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, here, this is the beta oxidation. And then we inject 6-OH-DA into the middle brain, in the right part of the brain. And you can see that the beta oxidation will increase gradually. Maybe it takes 1 or 2 weeks because the dopamine neuron will be damaged. And then you give the mice, you give the rat the PS1-2A. Can you see that the beta oxidation will gradually down, maybe take 1 week and so. And you start to give the rat PS1-2A, it will come up again, and give again, come down. Okay, it's funny, really good. And you do the deep brain stimulation will suppress 44% of the beta oxidation, and DOPA will suppress 53%. You do both, do the DBS and give the rat DOPA. It's also 56%. That means they follow the similar pathway, so they don't have a synergistic effect. PS1-2A alone, 57%. But PS1-2A plus DBS, 74%. PS1-2A plus DOPA, 70%, 69%. That means they have a synergistic effect. They go through maybe a slightly different pathway, something. And also, it means that PS1-2A can be used together with the conventional therapy. They can be used together with dopamine and increase the medication effect. They can use it with DBS. They can increase the effect of the DBS. Okay, it's nice. All right, this is for the animal study. And recently we published this year. I think it's last month or something. We published an open trial clinical trial in Frontier Nutrition, and this is an open trial and the single arm. We recruit 25 patients, not much, but 25 anyway. And their mean disease duration is 10 years, and they have off period longer than 3 hours. That means off periods means that the medication effect is not so good. So just like this, in the night, the medication effect is bad, so this is off stage. But in the daytime, they take a medicine, so it's on stage. However, the medication will the drug effect will come down, and so they suddenly go into the off stage. they cannot move, they cannot walk well. Okay, down and on stage, off stage. The average off stage every day longer than 3 hours. So we recruit this kind of patient and we give them PS1-2A for 3 months. And the primary outcome is UBDRS, sorry. And also on-off diary recording. They must record their on and off. And secondary outcomes here, non-motor and depression and so on. And PTQ-39. And we collaborate with Dr. Liu, and this is a very famous expert in PD, in Parkinson's disease. Okay, this is the result. It's pretty good. This result is very good. So everyone in our team is that we are very satisfied. And you can see here, UPDR is off stage, on stage, different with different. Off stage means that every patient, when they want to come to come to hospital for evaluation, the one day before that, they must stop to take medicine. They stop to take medicine, and then next day they come to the hospital, do the evaluation. This is off stage, no drug effect. And then after the evaluation, they take the medicine. And after wait for 2 or 3 hours, and the drug effect come up, this on stage, okay, and do evaluation again. So we have off stage and on stage, and UBDF has 3, and there are 4 parts. One is mentation behavior, and second is the daily living, and part 3 is motor, tremor, akinesia, and so on. You can see that the on stage or off stage, both the UBDF3 is all significantly improved. Total score is so, akinesia is also. And this is on-off duration. And so that if they take a PH1-2A, their off stage will reduce, and their on period will increase. Okay, and PDQ-39, mobility, daily living activity, stigma, and stigma is what when people look at you and in negative way, you are PD, you cannot walk well, and so you feel very in negative feeling to yourself and cognition and so on. Okay, and this is the so-called global impression of change. 20% are much improved. Minimum improved at 48%. Critical is almost 70%. And minimum worse on 4%. No change at 28%. Okay, and this is Professor Lu. And now we are cooperating with Dr. Lu and carry on 2 other clinical trials. One is RCT. This time we are going to recruit 120 participants. And I think next year we can finish this study. And another one is early onset Parkinson. That means the symptom come up at 30 or 40 years old, come up very young. Sometimes we say young onset Parkinson. This is open label because it's not easy to recruit such kind of patient. So we are going to recruit only 20, and we hope we can finish this study this year. And both are taking 3 months, just like this time. Okay. This recently we published another clinical trial for PH1-2A. This is the improve that supplementation of PH1-2A will improve the stress, anxiety, and insomnia in high stress information technology specialists, IT specialists. Okay, this is also an open trial. And we recruit 35 IT specialists with comparatively higher stress, PSA score higher than 27, and this for only for 8 months, 8 week. Okay, and every score are so good, are so significantly improved. And PSS, perceived stress scale, insomnia scale, quality of life enjoyment and satisfaction scale, and emotion, happy and acceptance, sad scale, angry and disgust, look forward to, okay, and all less than 0.001. Anxiety, job stress, energy level, making more energy, right? And general health. So this is also an open access paper. You can download anytime and read this. Okay, and then PS1/2A we have now we already published 3 clinical trials. This one is from us, from our team. We recruit 72 children. They published in 2019, and only take a PS1/2A for 1 month for 4 weeks. I think the data is pretty good. Within group and between group, you can see here total score, total score, opposition, defense, hyperactivity, inattention, solve problem, anxiety, rule breaking. Okay. To say the truth, I think this is quite successful clinical trial, and maybe it's the first one with high N number, and anyway, I should not say too much about ourselves. This study was done by Professor Kong in Harvard in MGH, Massachusetts General Hospital, and also someone from Harvard Medical School. And we give them the PS1/2A and placebo capsule, and they do that. We didn't involve anything in this trial, so we are not in the author of this paper. And they recruit 35 patients, SD patients, and in the first 4 months, they take PS1/2A and the placebo, and then after that, they take PS1/2A plus oxytocin and placebo plus oxytocin for another 3 months. And this is the only positive data, and this is a proportional subject. Maybe around 30% of the children, they feel better, they have improved. That means this one. And the other 3 groups, they are more than 50% are improved. This is CGI improvement. Okay. This study really surprised me because they didn't let us know. They didn't notice us about this trial. And this trial was performed in the Italian, the Mondino Foundation, IRCCS. This is very. They have set up more than 200 years ago. So it's a national medical center for neurology in Pavia, in North Palm, near Milan. Okay, and in this study, it's kind of real world experience. And they recruit about 131 and 105 children. They give them PS1/2A. They buy this PS1/2A from the local drugstore. And another 26, they give another brand of probiotic. They didn't write what kind of this one, I don't know. And after 6 months, you can see that PS1/2A, the CGI-S value from 5.1 down to 4.2. That means from the market yield down to moderated yield. However, the OP group didn't change too much. Okay, this is CGI-S. And this one is the CGI-I improvement. Okay. PS1/2A 2.82. That means it's much improved to minimal improved. And other probiotic is this one, no change to minimal improved. Okay. And in here you can see that among these 105 people, children, they have 54 subjects improvement in the attention, and improve in the stereotype of movement, communication skill, 32 subjects, and so on. Okay, I say again, we didn't involve at all in this study. We know this study because we read the paper. Okay, and that means the PS1/2A already quite popular in Europe, especially at least in Italy. They know PS1/2A. They can buy PS1/2A from the drugstore. And PS1/2A, so far we have already published 13 papers. These 3 is the animal model, and germ-free, tolerate, IBS, PD, intestinal modification, toxicity genome, and this 5 is the clinical trial, autism and triathlon, IT specialist, Parkinson, and this one is Harvard University. This one is Italy group. Okay, we are submitting 3 other clinical trial: Rett syndrome, insomnia, canine, dog, pet, and two animal study. and we are prepare another clinical trial study and clinical trial paper for preschool autism and PD and so on. Okay, and I still have 8 minutes. I need more 3 more minutes. This is the Bennett Biomedical. It founded at 2015 in April, and this is a spin-off company from our university. Our shareholder is most of our shareholder are my student or professor in Yangming University, and this is the website, and this is our slogan: honor God, serve the world. And now we have a PS128 and PS23 on market, and we are going to yes, and maybe next year PS115 will come out. Next one. And if you are interested, you can. We have a website for PS128, ps128.info. Okay, and this is the website of our company, and we already have our market on our product on launch on more than 40 company, 42 countries, I think, and many in Europe, CIS, Korea, Japan, China, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, and also in South America, Canada, and so on. Okay, and this is the product in many places. And in Malaysia, this is our product, Nuva 128. This is in Malaysia. Okay, and this is the website of the PS128 in Malaysia, Nuva 128. And this product was manufactured by Nonix in Malacca and registered by Nuvanta. So you can approach this. You can get this product from the website or from the drugstore. Okay, I think this is my last slide. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. So,
Okay, thank you, Professor Tsai. And we are so glad to know that the specific strain of the probiotics can have the therapeutic effect on the Parkinson's disease. There's one question from Carla. So I will read the question for you, okay?
Okay.
And the Carla want to know why PS128 can improve the symptom of the Parkinson's patients. What are your thoughts? He want to know if from the crosstalk between the intestinal permeability and the blood-brain barrier. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I think because this trend will only stay in the gut, in the stomach, but they were cross-talking, they were interaction with the how to ENS, the neural system in the gut, and interaction with the immune system in the gut, and so they will increase. I don't know why, but they will increase the dopamine level in the brain. That's a very important factor. If your dopamine level in the brain increase, then your symptom will come down, will relieve. That's why we say that PS128 is good for Parkinson and good for autism, because these two diseases are related to dopamine level in the brain. This is the first part of the question. I don't quite understand on the second part.
Okay. Actually, the second part, you want to know the crosstalk between the intestinal permeability and the blood-brain barrier. So it's possible one of the mechanisms from that. Yeah.
Because this strain cannot go into the body, they only stay in the gut, and this strain can improve the gut permeability. Only on this, I don't know what this strain will influence the BBB or not, but anyway, this strain stay in the gut, and maybe there's something metabolic we still don't know to interact with the nervous system in the gut. This I don't know. That's why I say that we are still waiting for Godot to come to give me good explanation. We are keeping study on this important key point.
Okay, good. The coming second question here, and from the I think it's 10, right? And they want to, he or she, sorry, want to know that because lots of paper already mentioned that the gut microbiota also can affect the brain health. So do you know how to define the healthy microbiota? Yeah. So I think it's quite difficult, right?
Not so difficult. Not so difficult because the answer is I don't know. So it's not difficult.
How about the phylum level? Yeah, you don't need to go to the species or genus, but Alex, phylum, you know, maybe
Yes.
the which one is so important? Yeah.
Okay. Usually if you say a healthy microbiota means the diversity is great, is big, and the how to say that, but you can read my paper. That maybe a lot of 40% of the paper is talking about the microbiota. It's too complicated. So usually I will say that yes, you will change the microbiota, but I don't know. I cannot give you which one is the key, which one is hard, which one is the important change. We still cannot say this. So that's why I show you that pH1 way suppress the enterobacteriaceae. Because enterobacteriaceae is very important related to the PD. PD patient always have high enterobacteriaceae. And if you take the pH1 way, then you will suppress this enterobacteriaceae in your gut. That's only we can say to you. The other is not conclusive, you know. The other change is not so conclusive.
Okay. So
That's my answer.
Okay. Thank you for the interesting talk. That's the third one. And may I know how many strains did you screen before finding PS128? With
Okay.
this, yeah, okay, you know the question, right?
Yes,
How many
yes,
strains you screen?
It's difficult because I didn't do the experiment. I'm not on the bench. My student do that. Every student I give them 100, 100, 500, so on.
Okay, about 100, right?
No. Very important is I screen for this psychobiotic from the bank of our strain with some kind of activity, any kind of activity, anti-inflammation, immune modulation, anyway, it's different. So what I have in my hand, we have about 200 or 300 strain with some kind of physiological activity. We screen using the animal model directly from this kind of strain. You see, for psychobiotic, we don't have good cell model. So we just start from using the animal model. So hundreds, 200, 300.
So that means a lot. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's about time because we have very tight schedule this afternoon. So once again, we thank you, Dr. Tsai again.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so the second speaker, Professor Wu Junying, is a medical doctor from National Yangming Jiaotong University. Now he is also serves as associate dean in College of Medicine. Professor Wu is current president of Taiwan Microbiota Consortium. In Mandarin, it's Taiwan Weijun Lianmeng. I think most of people heard about this consortium before, which provide a platform in discovering the underlying mechanisms that cause major health threats, such as autism, cancer, depression, obesity, and Parkinson's disease. Today, his topic will talk about the microbiota and the metabolic disease. Let's welcome Professor Wu Junying. Okay, you can share your screen. Okay.
Thank you for the invitation to give this talk in this important meeting. And also thanks for the kind introduction from Professor Chen. Today, I would like to discuss about the association between microbiota and the metabolic syndrome. As we know, obesity has become a pandemic disease. It is a worldwide prevalence around the world. Even in the Eastern Asian countries, the prevalence of obesity is significantly lower compared with the European or American countries.
but the obesity prevalence is still as high as 5 to 15%. And the definition of metabolic syndrome is that with the following at least 3 of the issues, including the visceral obesity, insulin resistance, hypertension, low HDL cholesterol, and also the high triglycerides. And in the worldwide population with the age older than 60 years of old, more than 40% of the population were infected with the metabolic syndrome. It has become a severe pandemic disease. And especially in the following 2 or 3 decades, the metabolic syndrome prevalence has increased significantly globally, with the average 25 to 30% increase annually. And the association between the microbiota and the obesity is quite complicated. A couple of the potential underlying mechanisms, such as the inflammation process, the stress, and also the sex hormone, all play important roles in the mechanisms and the pathophysiology of the microbiota-related obesity. And how to clarify the reason or the result of the obesity and also the dysbiosis, the imbalanced status of the microbiota, is actually quite difficult. So we have to mention this very classical study published in Nature 2006. The author examined how the microbiota changes in the genetic modified, the OBOB mice. You can see here in the homozygous OBOB obese mice, their gut microbiota composition is totally different away from the composition of the mice. No matter it's the white mice or the OB white heterozygous mice. And you can see in the right panel, the energy harvested from the colon from the OBOB homozygous mice. The energy harvest is significantly higher compared with the lean mice. And you can see the energy left in the stool is actually reduced in the OBOB homozygous mice. So it literally increased the body fat and also the body weight in the OBOB homozygous mice.
Professor
The
Wu,
role of the dietary fiber is traditionally think as the stimulant for the colon mobility, because our host enzyme lacks the enzyme to digest the fibers. But if we think microbiota as an ecosystem with a human being, we can see that the dietary fiber will actually digested and also fermented.
Professor Wu,
in
sorry,
our
I
colon.
interrupt you. Professor Wu, could
Yeah.
you, you did not open, actually, you did not share your slideshow. Could you, yeah, push here? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
We see the slideshow.
Very good. Yeah, very good.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the notification. So traditionally, we think the dietary fiber actually is just a stimulant to improve the motility. But however, the fiber actually play much important roles for the human being, because our gut microbiota will digest and also ferment the dietary fiber. And the dietary fiber will become an oligo or monosaccharide and fragmented into the short-chain fatty acid. And the dysbiosis of the gut microbiota will influence systemic dysbiosis related obesity syndromes in our human bodies. And we can see here in the cartoon figures, we can see a lot of the hormone related with obesity, including the increased leptin, the reduced ghrelin, the increased insulin sensitivity, or the short-chain fatty acid, or the GLP-1 fermented from the gut microbiota will all entering our blood circulation, and will impact our brain sensations. Then will changes the society, means the appetite to take the food. And then another interesting study, the author published in the Science 2013. The author found the 4 pairs of the twins with the two were with the one is homozygous and the other three is the dizygous. And you can see these four pairs of the twin have a different DBMI between each other. And then also fatally obese twins feces to the germ-free mice. And you can see the germ-free mice will become obese. On the contrary, the mice with the linked twin feces, they do not increase the body weight in the germ-free mice. And then also then following due the co-housing effect. And you can see if the obese mice, because the fat with the fat twin and becoming the fat, if they co-house with the lean mice, they will become the lean body type. It means that the obese of the lean phenotype could be transmitted via the co-housing. And in order found to the microbiota between the germ-free mice after the fat with the twin feces and also after the co-housing. You can see the lean mice co-housing with the obesity mice, or the on the contrary, the obese mice co-housing with the lean mice. The gut microbiota will become toward the phenotype and also the microbiota of the lean mice. On the contrary, this is another different way approach to discover the role of gut microbiota in the obesity. This study is conducted by the Taiwan's National Health Research Institute, the Professor Gao Chengyuan. He has done this interesting study. He found the D6 knockout mice. Then they fed with the normal child or fed with the high fat child. And the author found with the D6 knockout mice, the genotype will inhibit the mice to become obese even after the high fat diet. Then they transfer the feces from the D6 knockout mice fed with the high fat diet to the wild type mice. They reduce the body weight of the wild type mice even they were fed with the high fat diet. It means that on the contrary, the gut microbiota from way via the introduction of the low-dose penicillin in the early life. In the first group is the background, the control groups. And the second group were fed with the low-dose penicillin after the weaning. And the third group is feeding with the penicillin even after the birth. And you can see here, the mice, especially the male mice, will significantly higher fat mass and reduce the bone mineral content, also the reduce the bone area. So it means that the earlier antibody exposure related to the obesity and also some of the losing bone marrow distance. And also, this is another clinical big data study published 2 years ago in Gut. The author examined the early lab exposure to some antibiotics or proton pump inhibitor or H2 receptor antagonist. These two kinds of drugs were commonly used medications to reduce the acid in the stomach to treat the disease, such as the peptic ulcer disease or the GERD, the reflux disease. And these three kinds of drugs, including antibiotics, the PPI and H2 receptor antagonist, all will increase the risk of obesity and with the synergistic effect. It means that the potential drugs to increase the dysbiosis status in early life will increase the further obesity risk after later growth. And this is another low-dose penicillin exposure. And you can see here, the author used the low-dose penicillin combined with the high-fat diet to examine the interaction between the diet and also the drugs exposure to increase the dysbiosis status. You can see here, once the male fed with the high-fat diet, the liver steatosis was significantly higher. But all the male, the high-fat diet fed male will have significantly higher steatosis compared with the female mice exposure to the low-dose penicillin. It means that the high-fat will be more sensitive for the male to develop the fatty liver. But even in the related, the female, the mice, low-dose penicillin will still increase the significance and the severity of the liver, fatty liver. And the author further examined the insulin. We can see very similar status in the male and also in the female. It means that the male will be more vulnerable to the antibody exposure, but the antibodies still have some effect on the female. And the author further examined the changes of the some of the inflammation cytokines, such as Th1, Th2, the Treg, and the other cytokines. We have confirmed the observations. In this article published in Nature 2006, the author used the two different combination of high-fat diet. The second groups were compared with the first group is fed with the primary high-fat diet after the normal child introduction. Then the third groups were fed with the high-fat diet followed by the normal child, high-fat diet, and the normal child. And the following four groups is the continuous high-fat diet feeding. You can see here the diet play quite important roles. The mice fed with the continuous high-fat diet will continuous higher body weight compared with the other three. And it's quite interesting is that the mice with the cyclic high-fat diet, then followed by normal child, the second high-fat diet, then followed by normal child. Their body weight actually changed accompanied with the diet status. The interesting point is that during the obesity, the gut microbiota status diversity will be reduced. But even after the obesity, for example, for the normal child period, for the second diet, their gut microbiota diversity will never rebound to the original status, becoming the obesity. It means that the diet induced obesity and the related dysbiosis in the gut microbiota will be irreversible. Some of the gut microbiota will be forever gone after the diet-induced obesity. And this is another interesting study published in Nature 2016. The author did a very similar study as the previous articles, but they further examined whether the obesity-induced dysbiosis will be transmitted into the following generations. So they fed the mice with the so-called high MSC diet, microbiota-associated carbohydrate diet. It means that it will increase the gut microbiota diversity in the mice. And the low MSC diet means the low microbiota-associated carbohydrate diet and will reduce the diversity of the gut microbiota. So you can see here, in the 7 weeks feeding with the low MSC diet, the second generation of the pups were delivered, and the repeated, the low MSC diet will be given, and the third generation and the fourth generation of pups will be delivered. You can see here, very similar to the previous article, the high MSC diet followed by the low MSC diet, then return back to the high MSC diet. The mice will lose some of the bacterial diversity after the 7 weeks feeding with the low MSC diet. The most important part is that the diet induced low MSC diet dysbiosis status will be transmitted into the second, the third, and the fourth generations. It could possibly explain how the American kids has become more obese compared with their parents, their grandparents, even though they do more exercise and probably take this energy diet. it means that dysbiosis status will be transmitted into the following generations. The only rescue method is that the FMT. The author drew the FMT from the donors with the high MSC diet, and the high MSC diet, the transplantation will transfer the beneficial effect of the dysbiosis return points, the microbiota status. And in addition to the diet-induced the dysbiosis, in this article in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition 2017, the author do the clinical studies to examine whether the prebiotics will improve the appetite. The author found that with the oligofructose enriched inulin, the kids will have less food intake and will have high abdominal fullness and the reduced hunger sensation. So it explains how the oligofructose enriched inulin will control appetite and improve the metabolic syndrome. And also in this article, Gastroenterology 2017, it's a randomized clinical trial to use the prebiotics. It is the oligofructose enriched inulin in the overweight kids. You can see here, after the feeding with the oligofructose enriched inulin, the fat mass, the total fat mass, and the total the trunk fat mass will be significantly reduced. It means that this prebiotics actually is effective to control the metabolic syndrome and also the obesity. So it is traditional the prebiotics. So how about the probiotics? It's the Professor Tsai Ying-jie, so-called the next generation, the probiotics. This is very famous study published in the Nature Medicine 2019. The author chose the Akkermansia mellifera to do the supplement in the obesity patients. And in the three figures, you can see that the insulin sensitivity and also the cholesterol will be significantly improved by the Akkermansia mellifera. Even though you can see the pasteurized, the dead Akkermansia mellifera will be even significantly higher effect compared with the live Akkermansia mellifera. So it means that potentially it is the metabolites instead of the live bacteria to have the effect to improve the metabolic syndrome. And this is another interesting study to do the FMT to improve the insulin sensitivity. The author compared the two groups. The first group is with the autologous. It means that the FMT from the patient themselves. And the other group is allogenic. It means that the FMT from the other healthy donors. Then you can see here for the liver insulin sensitivity, both the two groups of the FMT, no matter it's autologous or allogenic, there is no difference before or after the FMT. But for the peripheral insulin sensitivity, you can see here the allogenic FMT will improve the peripheral insulin sensitivity. But for the autologous FMT, will have not the effect. So it implies that FMT may play some roles to improve the insulin sensitivity, especially for the peripheral insulin sensitivity. And this is another very famous randomized clinical trial to do the FMT in the obese patients. And these patients were quite high BMI patients. And the final conclusion is that their BMI were not changed in the 3 months of the FMT. But however, we can see some of the gut microbiota diversity is actually some changes, but without the significant. So it implies that maybe the heterozygous of the population or the very high BMI status of the study subjects may limit the effectiveness of the FMT to improve the obese conditions. And the third potential explanation is that probably the so-called healthy subjects is not actually healthy subjects. Their microbiota may be not good enough to improve the high BMI status and to reduce the body weight. And this is another study to examine when the surgery to control the morbid obesity, such as X and Y, and also the gastric bypass surgery. You can see here, for the X and Y surgery is actually have higher reduced genes richness compared with the gastric bypass surgery. It means that both two surgery measures to control the obese patients actually have different effect on the gut microbiota. And this is a paper just published this year by the Hong Kong Chinese University. The author examined one very important issue. They compare the effect of the FMT over the LSI. It means the lifestyle intervention, such as the diet control or to do the exercise to control the obesity. The left-hand side panel, we can see here, compared with the lean subjects, including the FMT with the lifestyle modification, only the FMT or only the lifestyle intervention. The proportion of subjects achieved more than 20% the lean-associated bacteria. Only the FMT and the FMT with lifestyle intervention achieves the higher than 20% percentage to be like the lean-associated bacteria. It means that in this study, the author found FMT is more effective than lifestyle interventions to control the gut microbiota dysbiosis status. But the interesting part is that the author did not examine the more subject parameters, such as the visceral fat mass or the BMI. And they examined the child richness and also the genome diversity index. You can see here, the author found the recipient with the FMT, no matter with the lifestyle intervention or not, their child richness is significantly different away from the patient only received the LSI. In this paper published last year, the author using the enterotypes to classify that the patient receiving the statins will improve the BMI and also to improve their enterotypes away from the dysbiosis enterotype. And in this page, the study published in Nature 2015, the author examined how the metformin and also the type 2 diabetes will influence the bacterial richness and also their abundance. And you can see here, compared with the normal control, the type 2 diabetes without the metformin prescription, their bacterial richness will be significantly reduced. But however, with the metformin treatment, their bacterial richness will rebound to be the similar levels as the populations. So it's the PKA distribution of the different bacteria genus, and also it is the PKA to compare the differences between the normal control and the diabetes patient with or without the diabetes. So you can see here, the diabetes patient without metformin treatment, they were quite different away from the normal population. But on the contrary, if these type 2 diabetes patients receiving the metformin, their gut microbiota status is actually very similar to the normal control. So it implies that not only the disease, but also the drugs this patient has taken will lead to shape the different microbiota status. And this is another interesting study to examine how the dysbiosis and the hypertension associated. And the author found even in the pre-hypertension status, it means that the patient has become some preclinical stage to develop the hypertension. Their gut microbiota is actually changed and is similar to the hypertension patients. It means that in the clinical practice, we all treat the patient in the status of hypertension. We just suggest the patient in the pre-clinical hypertension to do the exercise. And this study provides some study evidence to explain how the diet control and also the doing exercise will improve the gut microbiota and also improve the dysbiosis status to prevent the further development into the hypertension status. And this cartoon figure explain the roles of the exercise in the gut microbiota. As we know, that exercise will increase the stress and to increase the host cortisol and some of the non-epinephrine secretions. And also some of the AMPK will be frustrated. It means that to be activated and it will interact with the gut microbiota related tryptophan acid and also some of the myokines and also some of the body weight losses will also impact the gut microbiota. And also the exercise will improve the colon cleansing time. And also some of the mucosa IgA will be increased. And also the colon cleansing time and the mucosa innate immunity such as IgA will correlate with the gut microbiota dysbiosis status. Then also the exercise will be related with the bile acid and also some of the lipopolysaccharide. So in a study published in 2016, the author examined the effect of doing exercise on the gut microbiota in the animal model. The author found the colon, the genome index, the bacterial diversity is significantly improved after doing the exercise. And the bacterial composition has become totally different away from untrained mice. And how the microbiota and the exercise duration will be related is another interesting study, especially for the athlete exerciser. You can see here that the secretory, the modulation of the microbiota into our blood supply will provide the enhancement of the exercise durability or increase the exercise performance via a lot of the potential mechanisms, including in the fat liver or some of the brain or some of the bone or some of the RBC. So in the following study we will introduce is the paper in the 2016. The author examined the interaction between the diet and the exercise on the metabolic syndrome. The author do a very interesting study is that the first one group is the static control groups. It means that no measures at the experiments, just to observe the mice, the body weight is following the insulin or some of the fatty liver status. And the second group is the exercise group. And the third group is weight matching groups. It means that the mice do not do exercise, but they control their body weight by controlling their diet. So the author will try to examine how the different effect by doing the exercise or by doing the weight control by taking less meal. You can see here the final body weight and the visceral fat weight is actually a very similar effect, no matter it's by the doing exercise or by doing the diet restriction. But interesting part is that only doing the exercise group have the effect to improve the insulin sensitivity. If you only restrict the diet intake in the weight matching groups, the hormone IR is actually very similar to the sedative groups. It means that doing exercise, even though have the same effect as the controlling diet, but it will have more significantly beneficial effect to improve the insulin sensitivity. In this article published in Nature Medicine 2016, the author tried to invite the elite athletes to do the multi-omic studies. And the author found a very important bacteria, the Veillonella atypica. And they found this bacteria can convert the lactate into the propionate. And in the animal study, they found that the Veillonella atypica will improve the exercise tolerance in the mice by 20%. It means that if we can use some of the probiotics to convert the lactates into the propionate of the other potential the short-chain fatty acid, the performance and the durability of the exercise will be increased. And this paper we published 3 years ago in the scientific reports. In this study, we tried to answer, is that possible that we can control our body weight and control the metabolic syndrome by only FMT to replace the diet control and also to replace the doing exercise. So we classified the mice into the 7 groups. The first 4 groups were fed with the high-fat diet. The following 3 groups were fed with the normal chop. You can see here in the second and in the 6th groups, the mice do the exercise every day, 5 days a week, and 30 minutes per day. And we transfer the feces into the 3rd groups, and the 6th group's feces will transfer into the 4th and the 7th groups. You can see here in the right-hand side panel, the diet is the most significant factor to influence their body weight, then followed by the doing exercise. And in the 4 groups fed with high-fat diet, we can see here, the exercise will have the most lower body weight, but very similar to the 4th groups, not doing exercise but fed with the FMT from the group 6. It means that the FMT from the donor with the doing exercise and taking normal chop will have very similar effect by the doing exercise. And you can see here the fat, the blood sugar, the inflammatory cytokines, and also the liver function and the LDL markers also reveal very similar observations. It means that the FMT, the fecal microbiome transplantation, can transfer the beneficial effect of doing exercise and also doing the diet control. And we found exam some of the specific bacteria were actually related with the beneficial effect of the FMT. You can see the fatty liver status, fatty in the first group, no exercise and taking the high fat diet. And in the other remaining 6 groups will have significantly improved fatty liver. In this article published last year in Cell Metabolism, the author has done a very excellent studies. They try to collect the pools from the exercise responders and also from the pool from the exercise non-responders. It means that these patients were suggested to do the exercise and to examine whether insulin sensitivity will improve by doing the exercise. If the insulin sensitivity were improved, they were classified as the exercise responders. If not, they were classified as the exercise non-responders. And you can see here, the author used the exercise responders pool for the germ-free mice. You can see here, their glucose level will be improved after the FMT. But the interesting part is that if they were co-fed with the branched-chain amino acid, the beneficial effect from the pools of the exercise responders will be reduced. It means that the pool from the exercise responder will be beneficial to control the blood sugar. But this beneficial effect will be counteracted by adding the branched-chain amino acid. On the other hand, if we transplant the pool from the exercise non-responders, the blood sugars were not significantly improved by the FMT. But on the contrary, if we add in the short-chain fatty acid simultaneously, they will improve the glucose level in the recipients. It means that even for the exercise non-responders, If we add the short-chain fatty acid, they will also improve the blood sugar levels. So this study implies a very complicated interaction from the diet and the exercise. So we will give some of the take-home message. You can see that microbiota is our second genome, and the microbiota is closely related with metabolic syndrome and also obesity. And the metabolic syndrome and some of the obesity were actually related with the microbiota, and the microbiota actually interacts closely with the lifestyle modifications such as diet and doing exercise. And the microbiota study can provide very new insight in treating or controlling our metabolic syndrome. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Wu. You gave us a wonderful talk and lots of new insight about the metabolic syndrome in the microbiota. Actually, I got lots of questions here, but we only have 2 minutes left. So maybe I just ask one question, and the 3 other questions maybe you can answer using the message column here, okay? And the first question is from the Dr. Wu. And she would like to know, do you know any specific metabolites from the probiotics can significantly affect the metabolic syndrome, such as the obesity or obese, or some others? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Hu's quite important questions. Actually, it's the most important issue that every scientist and also all of the physicians trying to figure out. At this moment, the metabolic syndrome, the metabolomic study is quite expensive, and only a very limited of the metabolites has ever been examined. Until now, the most highlight metabolites should be the short-chain fatty acid, especially propionate. But I think the short-chain fatty acid is only a little pieces of the potential feasible and usable metabolites we can figure out. If we had done more comprehensive metabolite study, especially for the untargeted metabolites.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wu. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. Okay, thank you. So we will continue for the next speaker. Our next speaker is Associate Professor Lancelin Sai Long Zen from University Putra, Malaysia. His research area is in probiotics, medical mycology, fungal pathogenesis, and fungal diagnostics. Today, he will share his research in finding solutions for vaginal infection in lactic acid bacteria. Let's welcome Professor Zen.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen, for your kind introduction. Can you all see my slides and also hear me?
Very good, very good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and also good day to all the other audience from the different parts of the world. Again, I'd like to say thank you very much to Professor Chen for the kind introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to speak in this webinar platform, especially the organizer Mslab and Talab, so Malaysian Society of Lactic Acid Bacteria. So thank you again for this invitation. So as introduced by Professor Chen just now, the title of my presentation is on finding solutions for vaginal infection in lactic acid bacteria. So I was very fascinated with the first 2 speakers talking about gut microbiota and also the psychobiotics. So now I'd like to switch channel to vaginal microbiota as well as vaginal infection. And our research group tried to find solution through the use of lactic acid bacteria. So allow me to introduce the place where I come from. I come from University Putra Malaysia, or short UPM. So we are known for our green campus status, as you can see from the picture there. And our university is ranked quite reasonably well around the world, where we are 33rd in Asia, and for university that is top 50 university under 50 years, we are ranked number 10, and globally we are ranked at about 132nd position. So I would like to welcome all who would like to further their studies to our beautiful campus. So again, as alluded just now by our chairperson about, okay, this is about vagina infection. So here I extract a few of the interview conducted by one study, by a Swedish study in 2017, asking women about how vagina infection impact their life. So here, if you can see on the different dialog boxes that appear in front of you, generally, we can say that vagina infection is not something that we should push aside. So it actually affects the life of women very much. Also, what we can establish from this study is they affect women's personal and social relationship. So that is undeniable. And lastly, I would like to bring your attention to the dialog box in blue, where one of the participants or subject commented that, of course, there are medications that can give temporary relief, but always the symptoms return. So, so here, that is where our research group, the mycology group in UPM, would like to strive to find solution for these vagina infections. So here are the contents of my presentation. First, I will talk a little bit about human vagina microbiota, and I would like to associate what vagina infection with the dysbiosis of the vagina microbiota. And next, I will continue with what we can do with the lactic acid bacteria, the potential to address these vagina pathogens that cause vagina infection. And lastly, I will share some of the works that we in the lab have done, and also some ongoing works that are still ongoing. Yeah. So let's first look at human vagina microbiota. So I do not need to introduce more about microbiota. Our previous speakers have talked a lot about that. And of course, vagina is also one of the anatomical sites where researchers try to look into and what actually are the condition in the normal human vagina, and also the infected state of the human normal vagina. So if you can see here on the left-hand side of your the slide, you can see the healthy state of the vagina. Practically, it consists of about 99%, close to 100%. The number one members in this anatomical side of human is actually our lactobacillus. So, and only a small number percentage of about 0.03% that consists of other bacteria and also yeast. And as a result of a very dominant presence of this lactobacillus, it is not a surprise or a wonder to see that actually the pH of the vagina is so much low, which is in the range of 4 to 4.5. Of course, it cannot rival the pH of our gut, especially on our stomach. So, so that is the healthy state of human vagina microbiota. What about the disease state, or so-called the imbalanced state? What we can establish from the studies of the vagina microbiota is we observe that there is a significant decrease of the population of lactobacillus within the vagina, where in the disease state, you can see that it has reduced to only about 60%. And a significant part of it are actually, you can find other bacterial species like Gardnerella, like Megasphaera, Etoporbium, and Privetola. These are the few bacterial species that are known to be vagina pathogens. So let's move on to what are some of the factors that I will just discuss briefly on these factors that steered or changes the microbiota of the human vagina. So first, you can broadly categorize them into two factors. One is the host-related factors, and the other one is behavioral risk factors. So among some of these factors with regards to host-related factors include pregnancy, hormone replacement, uncontrolled diabetes, immunosuppression, antibiotics, and glucocorticoids use. So generally what you can see here is there is an element of hormonal factors where there is an evidence showing that estrogen play a very big role in determining the profile of the human vagina microbiota, which is actually basically related to the glycogen storage that is found in the mucosal layer of the vagina epithelial cells. And also, of course, the use of antibiotics. If, let's say, a lot of women with vaginal infection tend to self-diagnose and self-treat. And as a result of the use of over-the-counter antibiotics, there is a tendency to actually cause a lot of disruption within the human vagina microbiota. And having said that, these are the horse-related factors. You also have the other behavioral risk factors like use of oral contraceptives, intrauterine device, herbicides and condoms use, hygiene habits, for example, like vagina douching, and also the extensive use of feminine wash, and also even clothing that can affect the vagina microbiota. So we know that the healthy state of her vagina microbiota is mainly populated by lactobacillus, and of course, on the other hand, the disease state is we have a very much reduced population of vagina lactobacilli. So from there, it is very normal for us to think that to repopulate the vagina with the good lactobacilli is very is one of the many solutions to address these vagina infection issues. So I will show you some of these common vagina infection as a result of vagina microbiota dysbiosis. So the most common infection among all is the bacterial vaginosis, or short BV. So it is a common vaginitis usually characterized by high pH, and there is a presence of clue cells. Clue cell is basically the cells of the epithelial from vaginal mucosa that is surrounded by the bacterial vaginosis associated bacteria. So that is one of the clue to tell you that a woman is experiencing a BV. And also, of course, you have the presence of mixed flora as shown in the earlier slides just now. So what we see in BV is the lactobacillus dominated vagina microbiota is displaced by the BV associated bacteria, and hence because of that, the beneficial function exerted by the lactobacillus is actually being put out, okay? And the next one is the vulvar vagina candidiasis, which is VVC. So VVC commonly presents itself with vulvar erythema. Basically, it means that there is redness in the vulvar region, and when there is a discharge, this discharge is it looks like white clumpy discharge, or sometimes some people describe it as cheese-like. And as a result of the very fiery inflammation by the Candida species that cause this VVC, women commonly experience soreness in the vagina. And quite similar to the BV, VVC too see the reduction of lactic acid bacteria population, where when there is a, let's say for example, a woman taking antibiotics, basically antibiotics actually acts on bacteria, but not Candida. Candida is a type of yeast fungal. So it gives this opportunity for the Candida to actually colonize the vagina and hence cause infection. Now, of course, there are many other infectious diseases that can occur in the vagina as a result of the dysbiosis of vagina microbiota, like sexually transmitted infection, like chlamydia, and so on and so forth. And also the urinary tract infection, where you see that a vagina can be a reservoir for some of the UTI-related pathogens like Gardnerella, Prevetola, and also uroplasma. These bacteria can ascend through the urethra and enter into the bladder, causing inflammation of the bladder, or another word we call it cystitis. So since I come from mycology lab, so our focus is mainly on VVC. So a little bit more information about VVC. VVC is actually affects approximately 3/4 or 75% of women throughout the whole world, at least once in their lifetime. And from that number of women suffering from VVC, half of them are expected to develop a second episode of VVC. And 5% out of that will suffer from recurrent attack. This is the one that is very bothering and problematic, because this is the case where you see women experiencing this vagina infection for 4 and more times a year. So basically, it's like your whole year is, you have to just deal with VVC. And yeah, as explained in the earlier slides, that it really disrupts a woman's life because of that. And in a report by David Denning, in one of the very prominent mycologists, he said that in higher income countries, there is the economic burden from loss of productivity as a result of VVC could be up to a whopping of a value of US dollars 14.39 billion annually. So that is a huge number for us not to lose just because of this infection VVC. So these are some of the current problems with the current treatment of VVC. Mainly they are broadly categorized into 4. First is the drug-resistant Candida strains, where the antifungal used to address VVC can no longer be effective as a result of the over-the-counter use of antifungals and also antibiotics. And secondly is the increased prevalence of NCAC. NCAC here means non-Candida albicans, Candida species that are relatively more resistant towards antifungal in comparison to the famous Candida albicans that we have. And that is also a worrying trend. And the third one is, of course, a lot of these antifungal drugs that is used to treat VVC has some drug interaction with other drugs commonly used for other diseases. And that is also not very well studied. And lastly, of course, the recurrent VVC, which I've explained and is very problematic is, among those women who suffer from this. So all these actually necessitate us to actually have a paradigm shift in the prophylactic and also the therapeutic approach in addressing especially the RVVC or recurrent vulvar-vagina candidiasis. And our group strongly believe that from the theory of the healthy state of vagina microbiota, we really believe that probiotic is the answer. Of course, probiotic together with all the other postbiotics, which I think the following speakers will elaborate more on, is the answer to restore the balance of the vagina microbiome and hence a healthy vagina for the women who suffer from VVC. So I'll touch a little bit about the potential of lactic acid bacteria against vagina pathogens. So allow me to introduce a few of the terms so that you can appreciate it better later on. So basically, there are just 4 broad categories of biotics in the world of probiotic research. So first is prebiotics. The previous speaker have touched a little bit about that. So basically, it's a substrate that's selectively utilized by host organism that confer health benefit. And for the next one, probiotics, everyone knows probiotic very well, is basically a live microorganisms which, when administered in adequate amounts, confer health benefit to the host. For example, lactic acid bacteria, which is the theme for this webinar. And symbiotics is basically the mixture of comprising live microorganisms and substrates selectively utilized by host microorganisms that confer health benefit to the host. And last but not least, and the new kid on the block, which is the postbiotics, where these are actually defined as functional compounds produced throughout the metabolic activity of the microorganism and released after cell lysis. So these actually, we have not fully understood how postbiotic works, but we see the effects of it to answer some of the questions previously asked to the other speakers. So here are basically the mechanism used by lactic acid bacteria against vagina pathogens. So first is the ability to adhere to host cells. So by adhering to host cell, they basically colonize the vagina surface, and where there is no chance of other bacteria to colonize and establish any infection. And secondly, LAB also has the competitive exclusion property, where they compete and they displace as well as they exclude other vagina pathogens from causing infection. And thirdly, they also have the ability to co-aggregate, meaning they aggregate among and surround the pathogens and cause inhibitory effects on them. And also they are able to auto-aggregate among themselves to basically not giving any chance for other bacteria to find any foothold on the vagina surface. And last but not least, of course, again, the postbiotic activity. We see effects, but we just do not know why it is like that, but we know that it improves the situation in vagina infection. So here I'd like to share with you some of the works that we have done before and also the ongoing works that we have currently in the lab. So we will explore, we are doing the exploration and also the assessment of the probiotic and postbiotic activities of lactobacilli strains. So this is the questions that is always lingers in our mind. Is there a silver bullet in addressing vaginal infection? Among us in the mycology lab trying to address this infection. So the first project that we embark on is done by my first master student, who is now my postdoc. This project is on antagonistic activity of probiotic lactobacilli strain against vaginal fungal pathogen, Candida glabrata. So some background knowledge, Candida glabrata is the most common non-Candida albicans Candida species that cause vaginal infection, and it is very commonly isolated in cases of recurrent vulvar vaginal candidiasis. So basically in this project, what we do is we use the commercially available probiotic strains for vagina, and we see that it actually has very strong inhibitory effect and antagonistic effect, be it the cell as well as the postbiotic, or rather the filtered culture supernatant as produced by these probiotic strains. So I am sharing you some of these results of this study, where what you can see here is there is a significant reduction as a result of the filtered culture supernatant produced by these probiotic strains. A significant 50 to 70%. Okay, so this is the Candida glabrata ATCC strain, and this is the vagina isolate Candida glabrata. And we also a bit curious by neutralizing this filtered cultured supernatant, and it seems that there is a reduction in the inhibition when we reduce the pH. And so that tells us something about the nature of the filtered culture supernatant that we have. Other than that, we also look into the cell-cell interaction between the probiotic strains and the Candida glabrata. So this is the untreated control, where you can see that a lot of the Candida glabrata are still very happily growing with very high active and metabolic activities. But when upon we co-culturate with the two probiotic strains, which this is the L. rhamnosus GR1 as well as L. reuteri LC14, you can see that the brightness that you saw in the control is not there anymore. So basically, you can see that these lactobacilli controls actually, or in fact, kill the Candida glabrata as a result where they come into contact. So all these projects, we published in a paper not so long, quite some time ago in 2015, if you like to read more about it. And in the same project too, we also look into the effects of the probiotics against the biofilm, because we know that infection is not caused by an individual cell or planktonic cell that is floating around, but it's actually caused by biofilm that is covering the surface of the organs that is being infected. So what we see here is also that there is a significant reduction in the biofilm formation and of the Candida glabrata, and we also assess some of the genes related to the biofilm formation and also some other genes, and we see that there is a significant drop in the expression of these genes. You can also read more on this paper that we published in the journal Anaerobe. So that led us to think that yes, we are very confident that probiotic works. So, but we are not happy with what we have so far. And what we do is we have a bigger ambition, because the two probiotics that we investigated on was not ours. It doesn't belong to us, so it belongs to a company. So what we do is we embark on our project to isolate ourselves these lactobacilli strains. So we embark on this project called Isolation and Characterization of Lactobacilli from Female Anogenital Tract as a potential probiotics for vaginal infection. So this is basically the overview of what we did. We isolate the lactobacilli, we identify species, we do some screening using the supernatant against the Candida albicans and glabrata. We also tested it on some of the other bacterial pathogens that causes other infection in other parts of the body. And here are the battery of assay and assessment that we did on the lactobacilli strains that we isolated. We did the hydrogen peroxide study. We measure the lactic acid production, the aggregation ability, and also the hydrophobicity property of these lactobacilli strains. And we also evaluate the probiotic qualities of these lactobacilli strains that we have. We subject it to pH, very harsh pH, and see whether they still survive. We subject it to bile, and we also see whether they are resistant against the spermicide, which is used in the vagina as to avoid fertilization from taking place. So here are some of the results that we get from this study. I'll share more if, let's say, I have time with regards to how many strains. Just now there was a question on how many strains we screen and how many strains that we get from the to finalize fine with these 6 strains that we have. So I'd like to draw your attention to this particular strain, which is L-reutherine 29A. You can see that the inhibitory effect is so high, 90% in Candida albicans, and also the isolates in comparison to the RC14, which is a commercially available strain for vaginal probiotics. So we are very confident with this particular strain. And on Candida glabrata, similar picture is seeing that it has very high inhibitory effects on the Candida glabrata strains and also the ATCC strains. And here are some of the other bacterial pathogens that I mentioned, like Salmonella, Staphylococcus epidermidis, MRSA, Streptococcus purgins. We see a very high inhibition zone among all these in comparison to the other control strain that we have. And also here is more pathogens that we evaluated, as Maltophilia, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Klebsiella pneumoniae, and also see that is also very prominent in comparison to the control strain. So here are just one of the many agar plates that we like to show you. So this is the strain that we have, and this is the control strain. If not, you may have a greater inhibition compared to the control strain that we have. So this is against Pseudomonas aeruginosa and also Staph aureus. So we did some hydrogen peroxide production. It's also known as one of the compounds that kill the vaginal pathogens. And also we did co-aggregation study, and this particular strain, 29A, has a very high co-aggregation. That means they really like to bind to the Candida albicans isolate. You can see it is over 90% in comparison to the commercially available commercial control strain, which is about 80%, 70%. And also we also did a pH tolerance test. It is quite tolerant towards the pH, but then in comparison to 29A, our 29B, so-called, is also 29. It is much better at withstanding the pH at a very low pH. So these are the 2 species that we are or strains that we are very interested in doing further work. And we also did on the resistance in spermicides. So generally, you can see 29A and 29B, their growth appears to be unchanged. So in conclusion for this project, we basically successfully isolate and characterize potential probiotics from the female urogenital tract and the perianal. Because most of the probiotics are isolated from food, we isolate it from our body ourselves. So we think that these probiotics or these strains are as good as the one isolated from food. And also, the results obtained in this study indicate that the effects associated with lactobacilli are very strain dependent, and it's very important for us to fully characterize them as to select it as one of the potential use as a probiotic as well for their postbiotics. And the result obtained in this investigation demonstrate that vagina and perianal are ideal sites when searching for potential probiotic strains. So here are some of the recommendations from this project that we want to further characterize the postbiotics. And we also see that it can, basically these 2 strains that are very interested for us to do the work on them. All right, so you can read more on about this study of ours in this journal, we published about 1 or 2 years ago. All right, so we move on. It's very natural for us to move on and continue to evaluate it. So we evaluate the safety evaluation of these two probiotic strains. So we embark on this study where a Nigerian student of mine who did this particular project, a master's student. So basically we have again this whole battery of tests to make sure and evaluate and ensure that these probiotic strains are really safe for human use. Okay, so we also did it in mice to see if, let's say, it can cause even infection, because we just do not know whether these strains can cause infection. So we fed these mice orally with different concentration of doses of this probiotic strain, and we measure their body weight and we assess them for other parameters too, like the hematological and histological parameters. So for hemolytic activities, we can see that they don't cause any hemolysis to our blood cells. And in the in vivo study of the mice, I'm just sharing you some of the results because there are too many results to be shared. And we see that in this in vivo subject, we don't see a significant reduction or increase in their weight gain. And we also don't see that there is any much difference in their weight for some of the organs like liver, spleen, and kidney. And the histological slides of their colon appears to be similar, even with the high consumption of this oral probiotic strain, the one that we give through oral means. And we also did bacterial translocation. Basically, this is to check that this probiotic strain doesn't escape the intestinal and cause infection somewhere else in the kidney, spleen, and blood. And yes, we do isolate them, some of these bacteria, but when we did the RAPD analysis, it seems that the one that we isolate from these few organs does not match the one that we administer to the mice. So that's a very good news, meaning to say that there is no bacterial translocation happening there by our probiotic strains. So in conclusion, for these safety studies, we demonstrate that the lactobacillus strains that we tested are non-hemolytic. That is good, because you don't want probiotic strain that will destroy your red blood cells. And also the probiotic strain lacked beta-glucuronidase activities and produced low level of D-lactic acid and exhibited moderate bile salt hydrolyze activity. And these two strains is of really interest of us, and they do not exhibit any extrinsic resistance to the antibiotic tested. And we, on the oral administration of this 29B, one of the two strains here, had no adverse toxicological effects on the mice general health, the hematological and blood biochemical parameters, and also the intestinal histology. And there were no incidents of translocation to blood and other organs. So overall, the result from this study suggests that this particular strain, L-Tri29B, can be a good candidate for probiotic development and would likely be safe for human consumption. So we published this data in a paper, so you can also read more on it if you are interested in it. So those are the previous work that we have done. So these and listed down here are those that are ongoing. I call it brewing in the lab that is happening. So these are a few of the things that we are currently doing. First is the in vitro efficacy evaluation of the lactobacillus strain. So we evaluate for its effectiveness or the real effects in tackling the vaginal infection. We do see it when it interacts with the vaginal pathogen itself, but on top of that, we introduced a human cell line and also together with the pathogen and the probiotic strain. So to ensure that this probiotic strain can really exert its effect on these vaginal pathogens. And secondly, we also assess the safety assessment in human cell lines. And we did a very interesting study on the in vitro transcriptomic study on human cell line when we introduced the probiotic strains with one of the cell line, VK2 cell line, which is a vaginal epithelial cell line. And we see what is the response or the expression of this VK cell line when they come to interact with the probiotic strain. And I have a little bit of data to share later on that. And in vivo efficacy, the next one is in vivo efficacy evaluation of the lactobacillus strain in mice VVC model. So we have previously done on safety. Now we want to see the efficaciousness of the strain. And also we, as proposed and as suggested, recommended in our previous project, we are very, very curious about what is inside the metabolites or the so-called postbiotics. And we are currently doing it right now. And to move it further, we are in the midst of also coming up with a prototype of vagina pasteury. And last but not least, we are also involved in upscaling of this fermentation of the probiotic strains. So here are the one that I mentioned just now, this transcriptional expression of the VK2 cell upon interaction with our probiotic L29B. So what we can see here, that basically there are 60 over 1,000 genes that are expressed, but after some analysis, we find that the differential expression of these 60 over 1,000 genes, it narrowed down to just a mere 66,000 genes. Bear in mind that this is a very strict analysis parameters that we set, and yeah, it gives us some interesting results. So here are the CAC enrichment histogram. You can see that they are involved in all these different pathways. And what you can basically see in the end of the day, the interesting message, or rather the outcome of this study is we find that this interaction between this probiotic strain and the VK cell line, it has some involvement in the cellular component of the VK2 cell, where it involves in the mismatch repair complex and also neuron synthesis. We have to further analyze what that means. And the other part of the biological process that they are involved in is the female gonad development. So it tells us something about these probiotic strains that we have. And also not forgetting, it also involved in the ovulation cycle process. So a lot more interesting analysis that will come out after this. I only received these slides from my students just yesterday, so I cannot share more beyond that. Okay, so other than that, I told you about the efficaciousness and also the probiotic strains. Here is a sum of a few studies that we have already carried out. And this is looking into preventing the Candida albicans from transforming themselves from the yeast cell to hypha form, because hypha form is the one that caused the invasiveness of these Candida albicans in the vulvar-vaginal candidiasis infection. So what you can see here is we use the strain 29A, and we use the filtered cultured supernatant, and at half the diluted filtered cultured supernatant, we see that there is a significant reduction of the hyphae from 91.2, which is in the control. It reduces so much until you can hardly see any hypha formation at all. And of course, we try to challenge it with a more diluted filtered culture supernatant, so-called postbiotics. And of course, the effect is much lower. And this is the basically the conclusion. So here are the pictorial format of what, so to convince you that it really works. So this is a non-treated control. You can see that there is massive and dense hyphae network in the control. And we actually did calculate how much is the amount of lactic acid in the postbiotic. So we mimic it by substituting or supplementing it with the agar or media that we cultured this Candida albicans. And apparently it does, to a certain extent, reduce the hypha formation, but it's not as good as the one that we have, which is this is 12.5%, this is 25%. You can see that when it reaches the 25%, it's basically, it has been diluted so much, and you can hardly see any hypha formation. You can only see the yeast formation or the Bacilloconidia of the Candida albicans. And yes, when it's at 50%, you don't see at all hypha formation. So this gives us a very positive encouragement for us to continue our studies on these two probiotic strain. Yeah, we also did a little bit of preliminary studies using GCMS. We identified a few volatile organic compounds within our postbiotics. Some of it that may of interest to us is the very famous acetic acid, which is your vinegar in your home, and also L-lactic acids, which we have shown that there's also some inhibitory effects on our vaginal pathogens. And as mentioned, we are also in the process of developing probiotic vaginal pessary. And here is a photo of a vaginal probiotic pessary. And we hope that we will be able to push this to the market soon. And lastly, last but not least, we touched on the fermentation of the upscale fermentation for the probiotics. This is when a lot more other collaborators come in. We use the software of Design Expert to optimize what are the ingredients that we can use, or cheaper ingredients that we can use to produce high number of probiotic strains, so that later on we can actually, if we want to market it in, it will be much easier, and it will be more receptive, easily received by the industries when we patent it and we sell it to the industries. So last but not least, I'd just like to draw your attention to our recently reviewed paper on vaginal microbiota and the potential of lactobacillus derivatives in maintaining vaginal health, which was published early this year. And so with that, I would like to conclude by this take-home message that we know that vaginal infection affects lives of women at various levels, namely work, family, and personal aspects. We know that vaginal infections are associated with disruption with the healthy vaginal microbiota state, and also the current therapeutic options for vaginal infection can be further improved. And we strongly believe that the use of prebiotic, post, and also probiotics are a better option and more natural in addressing the problem at hand. And of course, more innovative investigation most welcome to spur the finding of to search for long-term solution for vaginal infection. So lastly, I'd like to thank a few individuals. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the students, the hard work students. I'm very blessed to have very good students. Dr. Shu Yi Chiu, previously was my master student, now is my postdoc. Pramila Rangasamy, Sulin Chu, Hadis Mele, Wallace Jang Yang Chi, Angela Bohan, Yilin Lok, and also last but not least, Li Hui Ang, and also other students of mine in the lab, and also the department members who help in many aspects in doing the research. And also, of course, I'd like to acknowledge Professor Fu, Professor Lai, and Professor Chin for their feedback and suggestions and encouragement, and also my colleagues in the O&G department, Dr. Amelia. So lastly, welcome you to join Mslab family, and also again, I promoted earlier on to join to participate in our conference. And with that, I'd like to say thank you very much, terima kasih in the local language in Malaysia, and also, of course, 谢谢.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zen. And it's a very interesting topic. Not only gut microbiota is very important, the other parts of the body, the microbiota, also very important. Yeah. Actually, we have 1 minute left. So one quick question, okay? Sure. Actually, the post on here. And he mentioned that the entire vagina mucosa only contain one kind of very few bacteria compared with other like gut microbiota. So actually I think the Mr. Lee, he want to know because this quite rare. So he want to know because the vagina mucosa can select the specific lactic acid bacteria and eliminate other bacteria. If so, what is the principle?
We actually do not know why. I think it goes back to our history and our interaction with bacteria that when we first evolved. I think you have to look into the evolution of how this particular specific anatomy of our human body that really welcome the lactic acid bacteria, and we just do not know how this immune system just select and be very accommodative to this lactic acid bacteria of ours, which I cannot really explain to you, but one of the reasons could be the presence of glycogen that is stored in the vaginal mucosal layer that encourages welcoming the lactic acid bacteria to the vagina. So for the other bacteria, we just do not know how they actually just the human vagina mucosa just don't welcome them. We just do not know why. But it has something to do, I guess, we need to read more on to the immunological side of the vagina mucosa. So to keep it short, I do not really know the answer, but evolutionary wise aspect, we know that it is very accommodating to lactic acid bacteria.
Okay, I think this provide you another new project. Maybe you can do some research about that.
Yeah. So I will need to rope in an immunologist into my team to look into this aspect of vagina microbiota.
Okay, so thank you then, and
thank you so much.
presentation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think thank you for all three speakers. I will close this session and take 10 minutes break. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. So 10 minutes. We will be back. Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Now we start for the next section. The chairman for the next section is Dr. Julian Law, and he is assistant professor from Department of Biotechnology, UCSI University. So let's welcome Dr. Law. Back to you, okay?
Thank you, Prof. Chen, for your introduction. Welcome back, everyone. Please be reminded to scan your QR code as displayed on the screen just now. Maybe you can do it later on after the during the concluding remarks again. Yeah, for the QR code. Our secretariat will be emailing the e-certificate to you soon. All right. So without further ado, our first presenter for the second section today is Professor Dr. Maria Leschino. With her title today, Postbiotic, a New Frontier for Healthcare. Prof. Maria is an expert in mucosa immunology focused on host microbe interaction. She is a full professor, vice rector, and dedicated to research at Humanitas University and group leader at Humanitas Research Hospital Milan. She was the first to show that dendritic cells actively participate to bacterial uptake in the gut and the existence of a gut vascular barrier that resembles the blood-brain barrier. She authored more than 165 publications in high-impact factors, including Science and Nature. So without further taking so much of time, let's pass the floor to Prof. Maria for her wonderful speech. Prof. Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to thank all the organizers for inviting me today. Today I will be talking primarily about postbiotics, which are a new frontier in healthcare. Okay. So these are my conflicts of interest. I'm the founder of Postbiotica, which is a company based on postbiotics, which I will be talking about. So as you all know, the gut has an activity which goes far beyond the gut. And this is particularly related to the microbiota, which is present within the gut. And so there are interactions that go with all the other organs in our body, but including the brain, the heart, and the skin, and the eye, for instance. So when something goes wrong, so when you have what is called dysbiosis, which is a term which is not very easy to understand because it's very difficult to understand what is the healthy solution. So it's very difficult to say what is the unhealthy one. But what we know is that during several disorders, so the composition of the microbiota changes, and this can affect other organs. So regarding this, it has been proposed by the group of Aaron Elinov, and I wouldn't be more in agreement with this, that since the microbiota is different from individual to individual, we cannot any longer think of a therapy or a nutritional approach which is common to everybody, but we will have to integrate the personalized approaches according also to the microbiota of each individual. And there are several ways through which we can intervene. One is through the use of probiotics or fecal microbiota transplantation, through personalized nutrition, so the use of prebiotics, and finally through the use of postbiotics, which can have a direct effect on the host or in their indirect effect on the microbiota, and then through that on the host. So these postbiotics are becoming a new players in the microbiota, and in particular in personalized nutrition and therapy. So why this is important? This is important because if you consider the structure of the gut, we know that the microbiota is present primarily in the terminal ileum and in the colon, where the mucus layer is particularly thick, and it allows on one side to favor microbiota colonization. Here in green, you can see a fish staining for bacteria, 16S. You can see that the outer mucus layer is highly colonized by microbes. And then you have an inner mucus layer, which is depicted here red first. This is a staining for mucin 2, which is one of the mucins present in the gut, in the colon in particular. And you can see that here these mucins create a sort of a lid, so that does not allow the microbiota to penetrate. And this is creating a sort of physical barrier that allows our host to not be continuously exposed to the microbiota. Indeed, the epithelial cells in the colon, you can see here, they are not directly in contact with the microbiota, which is further away from the epithelium. But there are microbial-derived molecules, what we call postbiotics, which can actually, given their dimension, they can enter the mucus, and so they can penetrate the mucus and then reach the epithelium, and so can deliver signals to our host. So most of the signals that are actually delivered by the microbiota are not a direct interaction between the microbes and our cells, but are mediated by soluble factors which are released by the microbiota. And this can be either immunomodulants, which can be pro-inflammatory or anti-inflammatory, so can activate the immune system or dampen the immune system. Or you can have short-chain fatty acids, vitamins, and whatever that is released by the microbes. And we can assume that this is not just a peculiarity of the gut, but this is common to all of the other microbiota ecosystems that are present in our body, including the skin, where the thick corneal layer and epidermal layer are actually separating the microbiota from the rest of the body. And so also here we can think of many interactions occurring via these microbiota-derived products. So during homeostasis, when the microbiota is healthy, these compounds, they can mediate the activity and contribute to our well-being. When the microbiota is changing, also the products that are released are modified, and these can participate to disorders. So to better define the different aspects, we can say that we can have prebiotics, as you all know, the food for probiotics, then we have the probiotics, and finally we have the postbiotics, which are at the end of the chain and are the active modulators of the response. So these postbiotics are released by the bacteria during the fermentation process. So whenever you are eating something, the microbiota will be digesting this and fermenting it, and will produce these soluble molecules, which are the mediators. Indeed, if you put together dendritic cells or immune cells with an inflammatory bacterium, like for instance Salmonella, we know that this is inducing an activation of the cells and the production of inflammatory cytokines. So what happens when you give a probiotic, like for instance Lactobacillus paracasei, or its postbiotics, which are separated from the bacteria after production? And we used as a measure of inflammatory response one of the cytokines, which is L12P70, and then we also used IL-10 as an anti-inflammatory cytokine. And you can see here that normally Salmonella is inducing a lot of L12P70, a lot of inflammatory cytokine. When you put together the Salmonella and the bacteria which have been purified from their postbiotics, so they have been isolated from the postbiotics, you can see that the activity is not modified. However, when you take just the postbiotics, so you eliminate the bacteria and you just take their metabolic products as a mixture of different metabolites, you can see that this is strongly reducing the production of 12P70 and also diluting this 1 to 10, you can still see the activity, and then this is lost when you dilute too much the postbiotics. So indicating that the bacteria by itself at least in this case of Lactobacillus paracasei, B21060, the activity is not actually associated to the bacteria itself, but it is associated to its metabolic products. So already in 2013, we proposed to call these metabolites as postbiotics, and we describe these postbiotics as any factor resulting from the metabolic activity of probiotics or any released molecule capable of conferring beneficial effects to the host in a direct or indirect way, which is mediated by other microbiota strains. So this was our initial description of postbiotics. So it's not as any dead bacteria or lysates, but what is released actively by the probiotics during the metabolic processes. How can you prepare postbiotics? You can prepare postbiotics by first selecting the strains of interest, then fermenting, and you can ferment either the food, or in our case, we use a controlled medium in order to have a product that in the end is always reproducible. And in the end, you can end up with different mixtures of postbiotics. And what is interesting is that you can also start from the same bacterial strain and changing the fermentation process, so either changing the substrate or changing the conditions of the fermentation, you can end up with different postbiotics. And today I will describe two examples of postbiotics. So one is through the fermentation of a medium with a fiber, so fructooligosaccharides. So there is only the fiber in this medium, controlled medium. And or a second possibility is through fermentation of milk. And we used different model systems to study the activities. So either in vitro using murine and human dendritic cells, or ex vivo using model organ culture, or in vivo using animal models. And finally, of the second product, I will also describe to you a clinical trial that we performed on newborns. So regarding the first product, so the activity of fast-degrading bacteria, we again, the product is always the same. So we used dendritic cells. We treated them with a strong inflammatory stimulus, which was either Salmonella or LPS, and then we tested in the presence or absence of the postbiotic the production of IL-12, P70, and IL-10 as a measure of inflammatory cytokines and anti-inflammatory cytokines. So you can see here in response to LPS and the postbiotic, which is in dark black, you can see that there is both production of IL-10 and IL-12, P70. But in the presence of immunophos, you can see that you can increase strongly the production of IL-10, and you can change the production of IL-12, but not as much as IL-10. So in the end, you can have a high anti-inflammatory index. However, when you are activating with the Salmonella, you can see that you still induce a lot of IL-10. You don't reduce IL-12, but you still, as compared to the control, so you can reduce the inflammation, but you don't dampen the immune response, which is still a very important activity. Then we also tested the postbiotics activity on ex vivo on intestinal tissues. In this case, we take a tissue coming either from the healthy part of colorectal cancer patients or the inflamed tissue of inflammatory bowel disease patients. This is a beautiful system because we can glue on top of it a cylinder, a cave cylinder. In this case, since we glue it, we create a compartment in which we can control what we put inside. So if we put an inflammatory stimulus like Salmonella, it will have to enter via the physiological route of entry, so via the apical to basal side of the tissue, and not through the broken edges of the tissue. This allows us from a piece of tissue to make multiple analysis at once. and also to control the concentration within this cylinder as if it was a Petri dish. Then the tissue is put on this grid and in a jar that controls the oxygen, and so that allows to keep the tissue for up to 48 hours in culture. So first we tested the activity of a probiotic, and so we tested different probiotics like Lactobacillus paracasea, rhamnosus, and plantarum. You can see here that on the healthy tissue, healthy part of the tissue, which is up here, these bacteria, Paracasei and Rhamnosus GG, don't have a major effect. This is healthy tissue, this is expected. But for instance, Lactobacillus plantarum, already on a healthy tissue, it has some inflammatory properties, so indicating that not all probiotics are beneficial. If you then analyze on an inflamed tissue, you can see that there is the tissue is already inflamed, and it's even worse with Lactobacillus plantarum, but also Lactobacillus paracasei doesn't have a major activity on this, even though it was completely inactive on the tissue. However, if you now take the postbiotics of the same paracasei, you can see that most of the inflammatory chemokines and cytokines are reduced upon upon culture with the postbiotic. You can see interferon gamma, TNF alpha, they are all reduced, while there is no change in IL-10 production, so the anti-inflammatory cytokine. Also, if you look at NF-kappa B translocation into the nucleus, you can see here that the tissue before treatment is NF-kappa B is in the nucleus, so indicating that the tissue is highly inflamed. However, when you incubate with the postbiotic for 24 hours, you can see that the NF-kappa B is translocating back into the cytoplasm, so suggesting that the tissue is becoming less inflamed. And this is corroborated by the reduction of inflammatory cytokines. And here it's the statistics on 10 different patients. So the postbiotic activity can be seen also on an already inflamed tissue, in demonstrating that it has a high potential as compared to the probiotic on the inflamed tissue. Then regarding the second product, we generated a fermented milk. So this fermented milk was done with another Lactobacillus paracasei, which is called the CBA L74. And also in this case, we tested it on the 3 model systems. But I will primarily talk about this clinical trial that we did in collaboration with Mangiagalli Hospital in Milan. And we analyzed the activity of a fermented formula in comparison with the standard formula, and we compared that to the gold standard of nutrition in the newborns, which is breast milk. So the clinical trial was the kids were enrolled, and within the first 7 days of life, it was analyzed whether the mother was capable of feeding them or not. If yes, it was our control arm. If it wasn't, then the kids were first fed for the first few days with standard diet, standard formula, until they were randomized to receive either the fermented formula or the standard formula. And then we analyzed at enrollment the microbiota and the metabolomics, as well as all the other important anthropometric analysis. And then a visit 1, just medical evaluation, and a visit 2, we collected again the stools for again microbiota analysis and metabolomics analysis. The kids were divided into 6 groups according to whether they were delivered naturally or by a cesarean delivery, and according to the type of nutrition they had in these first 90 days of life. So first of all, we looked for the presence of antimicrobial peptides and secretory IgAs. And since these are newborns in the first 90 days of life, they have not been exposed to any communities, so they didn't have any infections. And so we couldn't really test antimicrobial peptides, which are actually produced in response to infection. But we could test the secretory IgAs. We know that secretory IgAs are important for neutralizing bugs that can enter via the oral route. And so we tested in kids either vaginally delivered or cesarean section at enrollment and 90 days after nutrition. And you can see this is breast milk, vaginal delivery, fermented formula or standard formula. You can see that at enrollment, since these have been fed for the first 7 days with breast milk, you can already see secretory IgAs in their feces, and this is probably related to the IgAs that are directly delivered by the mothers via lactation. And then if you analyze 90 days later, you can see that only the kids that have been receiving the fermented formula have IgAs that can resemble the amount produced after breast milk, while standard formula, very few kids had high levels of IgAs. And this was even more evident after cesarean section. You can see here that enrollment, again, the breast milk fed kids had very high levels of IgAs. And then 90 days later, only those that had received the fermented formula had levels of IgA similar to the breast milk, but not those that had received the standard formula. Then we analyzed the microbiota, and we couldn't see major differences in the microbiota, except that this is a measure of the diversity of the microbiota. You can see that at time 0, the microbiota is more diversified than at 90 days later after breast milk, both with cesarean delivery and with vaginal delivery. This is probably related to the fact that the breast milk is through the mothers is also releasing some microbes that are coming from the milk itself and that are stabilizing the microbiota. If you analyze the standard formula, particularly with vaginal delivery, you can see that the microbiota is more different. And while if you take the fermented formula, you can see that there is a stabilization of the microbiota similar to the breast milk. And then we also analyzed the metabolome. Again, we did this at the enrollment. You can see again that the breast milk population is already separating from the one that is receiving here. It's all the standard formula in the end because it's before randomization. And this probably reflects the metabolites that are present directly in the breast milk, because you have to consider that in the mammary glands, during lactation, the gland is colonized by bacteria that most likely derive from the gut. And so these are already releasing microbial derived products within the breast milk. So this is probably responsible for this modification. But if you look at 90 days later, then you can see that again the breast milk fed group is separating from the others, but that those that are receiving the fermented formula are in between the breast milk and the standard formula, but are more close to the breast milk. So this continuously to indicate that the breast milk is the standard gold of nutrition, but that in the absence of breast milk, a fermented formula can give some additional advantages to the newborns in relation to the standard formula. Then we analyzed whether there were some correlations between the microbiota and the metabolites. And also this gave us also a hint that why the microbiota is less characterized in the population than the metabolome. This is because For instance, here the group 1 and 2 are breastfed individuals, and 3 and 4 are standard formula fed individuals. You can see that, first of all, there are completely different clusterizations characterizing these two populations. Those that receive the standard formula are in between, so they are not really characterized as much as the other two groups. But if you look at this galactosamine, for instance, this can be contributed by several microbiota that are enriched in breastfed individuals. And so if you have the whole of these microbes, you will have a high production of this galactosamine. But also if you have an increase of some of them, you still have a high production of galactosamine. And this is why probably the metabolome is more characterized in these populations, because the same metabolite can be contributed by different microbes, which can be all enriched, and so in different proportions. And so maybe this is why the microbiota could not really characterize the population, but the metabolome was very capable of characterizing the population, because these metabolites were contributed by the different bacteria species. So in conclusions of my presentation, postbiotics are a new player in health nutrition and in healthcare. Their activity depends on the bacterial strains and the fermentation process. So it has to be fully controlled, and we developed a technology which we also patented in order to have controlled fermentation. They can have different activities on the immune system and on the intestinal barriers. I didn't have the time to show you, but also the epithelial barriers can be improved by postbiotics, so favoring or reducing the capacity of some microbial strains to penetrate. It can favor the immune and microbiota homeostasis. They can protect from infection. We did another clinical trial with the fermented formula in collaboration with Naples, and they showed that the kids that were taking the fermented formula were also protected against seasonal flu. And then they can potentiate a standard formula mimicking breast milk, but not reaching the same level of activity as the breast milk. And then let me just thank my collaborators, and in particular Elena Zagato, Erika Mileti in the lab, previous members of the lab, and then Francesca Algeri and Gianluca De Rosa at Postbiotica. This last part of the work was done in collaboration with Kraft Heinz. So let me thank also the Kraft Heinz and the clinics that participated to the work, Professor Mosca and Mangiagalli and Professor Bernie Canani in Naples. And I thank you all for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Malia, for your very wonderful and informative presentation. Let's look at the chat box here. We have a couple of questions. So there's a question asking about the difference between the postbiotic and parabiotic. So what type of metabolites of the probiotic that can give impact to the anti-inflammation activities? So
since in the fermented milk we also have some parabiotics, because after fermentation the bacteria are not eliminated, but they are inactivated by heat. We also tested the activity of the metabolites versus the parabiotic, which is present in the fermented formula, and we couldn't see any activity associated to the parabiotic in this case. This doesn't mean that all of the parabiotics don't have activities. I'm pretty sure that some will have, but in this case, the activity was associated to the metabolites and not to the parabiotics. So the parabiotic was present in the formula because we couldn't get rid of it, but it was not responsible for the activity. While in the first example that I made, we separate completely the bacteria from the fermented products, so we don't even have the parabiotic.
Right, thank you, Prof. Another question is regarding about the postbiotic definition which has been proposed by the International Scientific Association for probiotic and prebiotic this year. So the new definitions of postbiotic. So what is your comment? And
actually, together with other 40 scientists across the world, we sent a response to that consensus paper that came out in Nature Gastroenterology and Hepatology Reviews. We are in disagreement with the definition of the ISAP because the definition of the ISAP is too broad and doesn't take into account the old definition of postbiotics, which we described in 2013. This definition was based on previous results from our laboratory, from other laboratories. And so we think that the new definition is too broad, which encounters together the postbiotics, the parabiotics, and the cellular extracts. So we don't think that this is going to improve the field because it's going to create a lot of confusion about these categories of products, which already had a definition. So I don't understand why we should put them all together in one definition. If we had the postbiotics, parabiotics, and the cell extracts, what's the point of putting all of these together? It's like putting together apples, green vegetables, and grains. I don't think it's correct. So together with other scientists, we actually wrote a response to that, which will appear soon on Nature Reviews of Gastroenterology and Hepatology, because I don't think there was consensus at all on that definition.
Very good. Thank you, Prof. Another question, a bit long, trying to summarize it. So this question is coming from Mr. Lin. So Mr. Lin is asking about, so most of the probiotic study are conducting in animal model or petri dishes. So, but the problem is that the use of animal model require development times and different animals have different conditional heterogeneity. So, which cannot similar to human being. So the question of him here is actually asking, how good of this microelectron mechanical technology being used? Would this technology be able to study the effect of microorganisms on living cells? And what about the impacts? So because the use of tissue chip can actually minimize the heterogeneity of the condition. So what's your comment?
Yeah, I completely agree with this comment. I don't think that the animal model can recapitulate all of the activity that will be seen in human beings. However, this is one of the reasons why when we test something, we always do it both in vitro, ex vivo on organ culture, and in vivo in animals. If we do see a similar effect on all of the three model systems, then we are quite confident that this will have the same activity on human beings. But I agree. I mean, we have to be careful in drawing conclusions just from the animal model. The ex vivo organ culture that we set up actually is pretty good, and whatever we saw in that system, we also saw it in vivo. Even though also this has limitations, of course, because we don't have any blood flow, so we cannot have recruitment of immune cells from the circulation. But still, we think that having three model systems allows you to go into the clinics with a better characterization of the product.
All right. So another question is asking about what are the main parameters that impact intestinal barrier parameters? And the second question is, did you evaluate the composition of the powder milk compared with the fermented milk that you are studying? Thank you.
Yeah, so regarding the barrier properties, there can be two properties associated to the postbiotics. One is directly on the tight junction proteins. So it's improving the expression or the correct localization of tight junction proteins. So in this way, it's improving the barrier properties. Another possibility is, and we also saw that, is that within the postbiotics, there is something that is actually decorating the microbes and not allowing these microbes to attach to the epithelium. And in this way, you are avoiding the capacity of virulent microbes to penetrate the tissue. And we found that with the Salmonella. So Within the postbiotics that we generated, there are no bacteriocins, so there are no antibiotics or whatever kind of killing or bacteriostatic compounds. But the Salmonella is not capable any longer to cross the tissue. And this is because it is decorated with these molecules.
Fantastic, Professor. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. So, all right, now, yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Now we will be proceeding to the next presenter, Associate Professor Dr. Satoshi Hachimura, with his title today, Immunomodulations by lactic acid bacteria via the intestinal immune system. Dr. Satoshi is an expert in food immunology and mucosa immunology at the University of Tokyo. He will be covering the important characteristic of the intestinal immune response from the production of IgA and the key factors of LAB in intestinal immunomodulation. So, Dr. Satoshi, the floor is yours now.
Oh, hello, this is Satoshi Hachimura. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Chen and Dr. Fu, and all the organizers of this meeting to invite me here. And then I will try to share my slides. So can you see this? Is it okay?
Yes, crystal clear.
Okay. So thank you for inviting again. And I'm Satoshi Hachimura from the Research Center for Food Safety, Graduate School of Agriculture and Life Sciences, the University of Tokyo. And I'm going to talk about immunomodulation by lactic acid bacteria via the intestinal system, immune system. And I think Dr. X Signal has already talked about this, but the intestine is an organ for absorption of nutrients, but also is a large immune organ. And because we, besides the pathogens, we have the commensals, and we eat every day to absorb various substances as food. And this is like a cartoon of the intestine from the immunological point of view. And so these are the villi to the structures to absorb nutrients, but it's there are intestinal epithelial cells. They form a monolayer, but these cells also have immune function. And this is for the small cell intestine, but there are lymphoid-like structures like the pear patches. And in the villi, in the lamina propria, there are many immune cells also. So the intestinal immune system forms like an interface between pathogen food components and commensal bacteria and the immune system. So the food components would exert their effects, immunomodulating effects through this intestinal immune system. Just to give examples, these are pear patches, electron microscope picture. The leaf-like villi here and the pear patch here. And there are many, consist of many immune cells. This is the villi, the epithelial cells here, and the red cells, these are cells stained for IgA antibody, which Dr. Sino talked about, I'm going to talk about also. And there are many, many other immune cells here in the lamina propria. So the intestines are full of immune cells. So today I'm going to talk about the immunomodulation by lactic acid bacteria via the intestinal immune system. And I'll first talk about the enhancement of host immunity, and secondly, I'll talk about the elevation of allergen inflammation by lab. And my studies will be mostly animal studies, and to examine the mechanistic studies. Especially in the state of impaired immune function, like being too young or being aged or being under stress, we have a higher risk of infections. And I've been using this slide for several years, and we are commonly at risk of many infections. But I, of course, did not imagine that I would have to put coronavirus to this slide a few years ago. But in any case, we are in our laboratory trying to, our goals will be like trying to modulate this immune response to reduce such risk of infection, and especially by lactobacillus bacteria. So I'm going to talk about the IgA antibody, which Dr. Marshall also pointed out. There are many antibody isotypes, but in the blood is mostly IgG, but in the intestine and in the other mucosal tissues, IgA will be the dominant isotype. And IgA B cells will be primed in the firstly in the peripatches. This is for the small intestine, and then the IgA producing cells are thought to move to the lamina propria in the villi, and then transported across the epithelium to the lumen, and there they would exert host defense to pathogens and toxins and control commensal bacteria. So these B cells will become IgA positive cells and then become IgA secreting cells, or plasma cells, and other cells will mediate this reaction. And in the old textbooks, you will see that the helper T cells will help the B cells to produce antibody. But previous studies have shown for the IgA and that intestinal dendritic cells, which Dr. Asina has performed very many outstanding research, but these intestinal dendritic cells can help the B cells to induce IgA. So we too and the other workers have shown that dendritic cells can produce factors. We've shown that 6, and Dr. Moras shown about retinoic acid, and Dr. Tezuka and Oteki's group have shown nitric oxide and BAFF and APRIL produced by dendritic cells can induce IgA production. And this slide is just to show you that in a simple culture system, using the B cells, T cells, and dendritic cells. The PDCs are the peripatch dendritic cells, and STC, the spleen dendritic cells, to show you that although these isotypes are produced in this culture, only when the peripatch dendritic cells are used, the IgA is detected. So this shows you the importance of intestinal dendritic cells in IgA production. So we are trying to enhance the response of dendritic cells to enhance this effect on dendritic cells and enhance the IgA production by lactic bacteria contains in edible ones in food or yogurt and so on. So our first finding was using this lactacid plantrum strain. You feed them to mice and you get enhancement in intestinal IgA production. And we considered about that this is its effect on dendritic cells, and in this culture with parapath dendritic cells and parapath B cells, you can see that only when dendritic cells are present, the L-plantrum strain can enhance IgA, showing that this was mediated by the dendritic cells. So, what's the effect on the dendritic cells? So we examined the production of IgA-inducing factors by the addition of this LAB, and we find that although the TGF beta and BAF production does not change by the addition of L-plantrum, but the IL-6 isn't enhanced here. So finally, in this back to the cold culture system with parapath dendritic cells and IgA positive cells, we added an anti-IL-6 antibody to this culture, and it shows that although control antibody did not have any effect, the anti-IL-6 neutralizing antibody, it can abolish the effects of L-plantrum to enhance IgA. So does this lead to protection from infection? And so we use the influenza model that shows that the feeding the L-plantrum strain to the mice protected them from influenza infection. And interestingly, not only in the intestine, but in the lungs, that this is the valve, the IgA production is increased by adding L-plantrum. So mucosal sites like the lung and the intestine are connected, and the cells move to each other. So we are considering the possibility that the IgA producing cells in the intestine can move to the lung. Of course, but this is not so easy to prove. In any case, we've shown in our model that the lactic acid bacteria can act on dendritic cells to produce IL-6. Well, IL-6 is an inflammatory cytokine, known as an inflammatory cytokine, but when it's controlled, production is important in IgA production, and so such effect will enhance the IgA production by lactic acid bacteria. And next, we went on to examine the antigen-specific IgA production. And this was with another strain, a lactobacillus paracasei strain. Again, we feed the strain to mice, and after that, we immunize these mice with ovalbumin and cholerotraxin as the adjuvant. This adjuvant will enhance the production of anti-alveolar antibody in this mice. So we find that not only total IgA, but the over-specific antigen-specific IgA is increased in this in the intestine of these mice. Now I'd like to introduce the T follicular helper cells as a relatively new member of the helper T cells. These T cells can move into the B cell follicle area and directly enhance the B cells antibody production. And these cells can be identified by their markers PD1 and 605. And we're interested in if the feeding of the lab could affect this response. So these are the results. And not only the IgA positive B cells are increased in the pair patches, but Also, the CFH cells by 605 positive PD-1 high marker are also enhanced by feeding the lactic acid bacteria. So I've shown you that in this case, this L-paracasase strain can enhance the or induce the TFH cells in the peripatus, and I think this lead to the enhancement of antigen-specific IgA antibody, and we are considering the effect that this is affect also through the dendritic cells, and we're working on that right now. Okay, so that is the is this for humans? And I'm happy to see that Dr. Sino showed us IgA production in the humans. I myself don't have any data on my own, but in this study using different lactic acid bacteria, the Pediococcus lactis K15 by the Chiba University group. This is also, I forgot to say, but my studies are all by heat-killed bacteria, and so I guess in the discussion just before, should be parabiotics. I've not gone to the definition of those things, but and this is also in humans heat-killed bacteria, and then to children, and so the salvia IgA is increased here compared to placebo, and those children, the days of fever by infection, the lasting days of fever are shorter in the children. Although it's a subgroup analysis and saying that those are children that only eat the K15 and not other like yogurt or any of those things. But so this bacteria can enhance IgA production and then have some effect in the fever days. Okay, so that part is about the host immunity, and I'd like to move on to the alleviation of allergy and inflammation. So this is just to show you the major CD4 T cell subsets, and we know that the Th1 cells like secrete interferon gamma and mediate cellular immunity, Th2 cells produce IL-4, 5, 13, and antibodies for anti-helminth response for false defense. And we have the Tregs, the regulatory T cells for immune suppression, and the Th17, a new member for antimicrobial immunity and barriers. And we know that if we have too much of the Th2 response, we get allergy. And this is a typical cartoon about allergy. And so the Th2 cells will secrete IL-4, and then the B cells will produce IgA antibodies. And the IgA will stick to the mast cells or other leukocytes, and the allergen will cross-link to release the mediators, or the Th5 will recruit the eosinophils to result in allergy. So how to combat this? In the previous old days, we also used to use the seesaw model. We'll say that so the balance between Th1, Th2 cells, you can enhance the Th1 response to balance it again, and so that would suppress the allergy. In our own old studies, we've using lactic acid bacteria. we've been using the overspecific T-shell transgenic mouse model to prepare antigen-specific naive T cells, and so in cultures you can have them differentiated to Th1 or Th2 cells, and when you add the lactic acid bacteria, in this case Lactobacillus casei strain, the controls, you get the IL-4 production in T2 cells, and when you add this bacterial strain, you reverse this to interferon gamma, and auto antibody would abolish its effect of the lactic acid bacteria. So in those days, saying one of the major mechanisms was to enhance the secretion of IL-12 from these antigen-presenting cells to favor Th1 development. And when you also have shown other mechanisms to inhibit Th2 responses, such as apoptosis reduction active T cells or suppression of Th2 type chemokines. But these mechanisms, the relation to the intestinal immune systems has not been clearly shown. And today, concerning the intestinal system, I would like to propose about a Treg induction through the intestinal immune system. So you get too much Th2, but if you combat them with the Treg cells, you might can elevate RT maybe. So we're back into the intestinal immune system, and the intestinal dendritic cells again in mice models, especially mesenteric lymph node. These dendritic cells have high ability to induce the FOXP3 positive regulatory T cells. So in our own study, these activities are rather subset independent, and it's known that the CD11B negative dendritic cells, also called CDC1 cells, have high capacity to induce the Treg cells, but and we've shown that a subset of these expressing the PDL1 have high activity in this subset to induce the FOXP3 T cells. So this is known that is mediated through the expression of ralDH2 enzyme, which is converts in the second step of the two-step reaction from vitamin A to retinoic acid to produce retinoic acid, and expression of integrin and alpha V beta 8, which can activate latent TGF beta to activate active TGF beta, and these factors will enhance the induction of regulatory T cells. So this is how the intestinal dendritic cells can induce the FOXP3 T cells. So again, another lactic acid bacteria strain. This is in this case, a lactococcus strain. This was isolated from kefir, traditional fermented milk from West Asia, and in humans, in my collaborators' human studies, can reduce the medication core and birth prognosis. We again use the in vitro model with the T-shell transgenic mouse and CD4 T cells, but in this case we are using the mesenteric lymph node dendritic cells, and so this enables us to induce the FOXP3 T cells, as shown in the bottom here. So when we add the bacterial strain to the culture, we can enhance the induction of FOXP3 T cells. These are positive no antigen on the side. So what is the effect on the dendritic cells? And so we added a strain in the mesenteric lymph node dendritic cell cultures and examined the gene expression And we find that although expression of TGF beta does not change, the expression of LDH1A2, which is the gene for LDH2, is enhanced, and both V alpha and V beta 8 integrin genes are also enhanced. So this strain can enhance expression of LDH2 and integrin V alpha V8 and 8, leading to enhancement of Treg induction. So these are I'll remind you to another way for the dendritic cells to mediate or alleviate allergy, maybe through productions of anti-inflammatory cytokines like IL-10, shown here. And this yet another strain of Mslab-Talab can stimulate the intestinal dendritic cells and have a nice production of IL-10. And this is also solved by feeding the velvet sea mice. So I have been showing you mostly animal models that the lactobacteria strains, particular strains, can act on the intestinal immune system, in particular dendritic cells, and for T cells, maybe use Tregs, and for B cells, produce IgA. Of course, I'm not excluding any possibility that these can affect the intestinal microbiota or its metabolites, and these can, in vivo or in the body, can also affect the intestinal immune system. Okay, in the last few minutes, although this is not directly related to the lactic acid bacteria, I'd like to introduce some of our studies concerning aging and the intestinal immune system. So when we are aging, we get some impairment in the immune system, and it's often called immunosenescence. And of course, the antigen-specific immunity will decline and lead to infectious diseases. But we also know that on the other hand, there's uncontrolled inflammation in the elderly or in aged people, and this is referred to inflammation, and also can lead to many disorders. So we examine about the role of the intestinal immune system in such inflammation. And again, we are back to the dendritic cells or mesenteric lymphodendritic cells. We found that in aged mice, the expression of LDH1A2, which was the key LDH2 enzyme I was just been talking about, was decreased in the aged mice. So we consider the possibility that in aging, so the expression of LDH2 is decreased, and so the production of racemic acid would decrease, and maybe the induction of in this case, peripheral or inducible Tregs can be decreased to decrease the anti-inflammatory response. So we are again with the T-share transgenic mice. In this case, an in vivo model, over-specific T-share transgenic mice, we are feeding as a diet the egg white containing the ova, and we have young mice and aged mice. And when you feed the young mice with the egg white, we know that OXPC regulatory T cells are induced in the mesenteric lymph node. So when we compare with the aged mice, in the young mice, feeding over nicely induced OXPC cells, but in aged mice, these are impaired. So so we do find an age-dependent decrease in Treg induction, and just show you considering the mechanism. we found that the maturation of the VLDH2 gene promoter region was enhanced in the messenger lymphogenic cells of aged mice, and we think this is the reason for the low expression of this gene in aged mice. In any case, so I think this has some implications concerning the modulation and modulating the intestinal system like dendritic cells, maybe also have possibility to modulate inflammation. So this is my last slide. So NAB can modulate the immune responses in many aspects. I told you about the concerning the intestinal immune system directly acting on dendritic cells to induce IgA antibody or inducing TFH cells for host defense, or Tregs to elevate allergy or inflammation. We know that lactic acid can activate NK cells also. This may also have something to do with the intestinal immune system, but we don't have any proof right now, I think. But in any case, and of course there are effects through the microbiota and its metabolites. And in any case, lactobacillus can directly or indirectly modulate the intestinal system, leading to many good effects. So that's all, and these are, thank you very much, many collaborators to support these studies. And thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Satoshi, for your very informative talk. We have a few questions here. So the first question is, why is that immunocompromised patients in general are not advised to consume probiotics? This is the first question.
Is that on chat? Sorry, I
Yes,
did not
it's
quite, I cannot quite understand hearing.
The question is asking about why immunocompromised patients are not advisable to take probiotics.
To provide, you mean the live probiotics?
Yeah, probiotic, live probiotic.
Right. So, again, my studies have been doing in those words paramytics, but I will understand that considering I don't know how high the risk is, but I guess the risk that so the like IgA antibody will control the intestinal system, microbiota and commensal bacteria, but if actually immunocompromised to a severe state, then it will not be even a beneficial bacteria can maybe penetrate the intestines. So I guess considering those risks, they are not advised to. That's my opinion.
Yeah, most probably the probiotic will exert.
So if you're immunodeficient, yeah, but if you just like a stress or an aged individual, it's not actually not immunodeficient. So I think it's no problem to not problem to intake those.
All right. So another question from Mr. Lin here. So a very long question. So let me summarize a bit.
Yes.
So Mr. Lin is talking about plasma cells that produce antibody that very fast, and their metabolism is very fast. So that's also causing that the cells are consuming a lot of energy and causing metabolic disadvantages, yeah, when you are using them in your study. So the question is, can this explain why intestinal mucosa cells preferring short-chain fatty acid as an energy source instead of using oxygen from the blood?
So is the question that producing IgA by the plasma cells in the intestine is consuming too much energy? Is that the
Exactly.
question?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never thought about it that way. But
That's a tough question.
yeah, yes. uh, so, is the question saying that even if you try to enhance, you're going to lose energy? Is that what? Well, I guess it's maybe energy consuming, but any kind of host defense, I think, will be any energy consuming. So I don't think that the IG production is, is consuming more energy than other type of host defense. That's my idea.
Okay, I hope that answers Mr. Lin's question. All right. Okay, with that, thank you very much, Dr. Satoshi. Thank you very much for your wonderful talk, insightful talks.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting.
So let's welcome our next presenter. Now we're coming to the final presentation of the day. So have you heard about bacteriocins? Do you know what are the functions of bacteriocins and how they are being produced by the LAB? So it is our pleasure today to have Prof. Dr. Colin Hill today. So he will be talking about this later with his title of today is Back to the Future, Finding and Engineering Bacteriocin. Prof. Colin is an expert in gut microbiology, infection, bacteriophage, and also bacteriocin. He has published more than 600 articles in peer-reviewed journals, and his work was cited more than 62,000 times worldwide. Prof. Colin received multiple awards throughout his career, such as IRIS Laboratory Award, UCC Career Achievement Research Award, TIGA's Invention of the Year Award, and many others. He was the president of International Scientific Association for Probiotic and Prebiotic and fellow of American Academic Microbiology. Now, without further ado, let's welcome Prof. Colin. Prof. Colin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to be here. I hope you can see my presentation okay?
Yeah, Prof. Perhaps you can put it on the full screen mode. Thank you.
Oh, I thought it was. Sorry. Is that any better? Is that working?
I think it's still the same. Still the same.
Yeah. Try to share again. Okay, how about now?
Hang on. Yeah, okay. So now it's very good.
All right. So thank you again, Dr. Lowe, and thank you to the Malaysian Society and the Taiwan Society for inviting me to talk about one of my favorite subjects, which are bacteriocins. And so in this presentation, I'm going to focus on bacteriocins of lactic acid bacteria, given your interests. And I'm going to talk largely about finding and then also about engineering bacteriocins. Now, I don't think I need to introduce bacteriocins very much to an audience like this, but just very briefly, bacteriocins are peptides secreted by one bacterium that kill other bacteria. And you can see that here, where this colony of lactic acid bacteria, in this case, is producing something which is killing this target bacterium, which is growing as a lawn on the same plate. And you can see that these are obviously active at very low concentrations because they're diffusing a long way through the plate. And what you can't tell from this plate is that they're also very heat stable. In fact, some bacteriocins can withstand boiling, so temperatures up to 100 degrees and even higher. They're active at very low concentrations, as I said, in the nanomolar range. They have very different structures. They can be very simple, just ordinary peptides, or they can be highly modified, and I'll show you some examples of that. And many lactic acid bacteria produce bacteriocins. When we sequence the genomes of lactic acid bacteria, we now find the genetic potential to produce bacteriocins in many of the strains that we sequence. And just very briefly, the way the bacteriocins work is they act on the cell envelope. Now, the simple bacteriocins, like lactococcin A here, produced by Lactococcus lactis, just simply diffuse through the cell wall and form a pore in the membrane, very often by binding to a specific receptor like mannose PTS transporter in this case. And of course, that pore in the membrane kills the cell. Some of the more complicated bacteriocins like niacin, which I'll speak about, they diffuse through the cell wall. They bind to lipid 2. Lipid 2 is an essential component of building cell walls in gram-positive bacteria. And so that begins to weaken the cell wall already. And then they insert into the membrane to form a pore, once again killing the cells very rapidly. So we've done a lot of work with niacin. Niacin is probably the most well-known bacteriocin of all. It's produced by Lactococcus lactis. This is what it looks like. It's a 34 amino acid peptide, but it has 5 rings built into the peptide, and these are called lanthionine rings. These are formed between either serines or threonines and neighboring cysteines. And so you have 5 of these lanthionine rings, and that imposes a lot of structure on niacin. Now, niacin has been approved in Europe, in Asia, in the US, and you can buy it in various different formats as a food ingredient or even as a veterinary intervention. It's one of the drawbacks of niacin that is very seldom mentioned is it's actually not very good against Listeria monocytogenes, which is a very significant food pathogen. And so if you see here, this is Listeria growing in the absence of niacin in the red, and in the yellow, you get a small delay in the growth, but then the Listeria grows normally to normal levels and survives quite well. So niacin isn't very good against Listeria, and I'll come back to that in a second. Now, the production of niacin by the cell is a very complicated series of events. I won't go through them in any great detail, but there are a lot of genes. There are up to 11 genes required to produce niacin. The niacin is produced initially as a simple peptide, and then it is modified. These lanthionine rings are introduced by the B and C proteins in the membrane, and then the T protein secretes the niacin into the periplasm. The P protein cleaves off the leader, and then you get extracellular active modified niacin, which goes and kills other cells. It can, of course, diffuse back into the membrane of the producer cell, and there it's recognized by the KR system, which switches on niacin. So niacin is self-inducing. It's also involved in quorum sensing. And the other proteins that I haven't mentioned, I, F, E, and G, are all involved in immunity, because of course, if you produce niacin, you have to be immune to your own niacin. So very complex, but the main point of interest here is that niacin is gene encoded, and therefore we can manipulate the gene and manipulate the final form of niacin. Now, it's been known for quite a few years that there are many variants of niacin. I'm just showing some of them here. This is the original niacin, which is called niacin A. Niacin Z or Z is produced mainly in Asia, and it has 1 amino acid difference from niacin A. But there are variants, and there are several variants produced by Lactococcus, but there are even variants produced by distantly related bacteria like Staphylococci and even Blautia. And at this stage, you've up to 12 or 13 differences from the original niacin. What you may observe is that the amino acids involved in these rings are always conserved. So that overall ring structure is always conserved, but there is a possibility for variation in the other amino acids. And that's what we wanted to take advantage of by doing niacin bioengineering. The operon structure also varies. There are different ways of producing niacin. Niacin A has this 11 gene operon that I already showed you, as do some of the others, but there are quite a few differences in some of the other niacin operons. And so we can also take advantage of that. Here, for example, is one that we recently identified, niacin J, where the genes are located on a plasmid, and they're quite different in organization from the classic niacin A operon. So there are various ways of producing niacin, but in all cases, they are gene encoded. So we have done a lot of bioengineering on niacin A. So here again is niacin A. The purple amino acids here are the ones that are modified, involved in ring structures. There are some which are modified and not involved in ring structures. And here again is the operon. And what we have done is we've taken the niacin A gene and we've mutated it in a way that we can cause different effects. So one thing we can do is just do random mutagenesis. Just introduce random changes along the gene and therefore along the peptide, and then screen the resulting bank of mutants for niacin peptides with different properties. Random and therefore not a directed outcome. We can also do directed mutagenesis, where we deliberately change one amino acid for another amino acid to test the effect of that change. If we want to change a positively charged amino acid, for example, to a negatively charged amino acid, and see what happens. And the last thing that we do quite a lot of is saturation mutagenesis, where we take an individual amino acid and change it to all 19 others. So if we're interested in this asparagine here, we can swap it out for every other amino acid and then look at the impact on the niacin functionality. And I just want to give you some examples of some of the outcomes we've had with this kind of engineering. Incidentally, there's this many potential variants of niacin, 3.4 by 10 to the 45, which I'm told is more than there are atoms in the universe. And so we'll never reach the end of this bioengineering. There will always be more variants that we can make. So let me come back to that issue I talked about, that niacin A is actually not very effective against Listeria monocytogenes. I already showed you this graph. So what we did was we did random mutagenesis across the peptide, changing amino acids completely randomly. And then we looked for ones by these kind of plate assays that might have enhanced activity against Listeria. And what we found was niacin V, at least what we call niacin V, which the methionine at position 21 has been changed to a valine. And now you can see that niacin V has very good activity against Listeria. In fact, this is only this is OD, and it represents just a swelling of the cells. Niacin V completely inactivates Listeria under these conditions. And so we've now got a variant of niacin which is good against Listeria, which of course could be very useful for the food industry. And here's an example of it working. This is Listeria, which has been engineered to emit light or lux. So with no niacin, this is Listeria in a hot dog at T0, and 1 day later the Listeria has grown and is emitting more light. In the presence of niacin A, the same thing happens, but in the presence of niacin V, the lights go out. Niacin V is capable of controlling and killing Listeria in this Frankfurter environment. It also works in vivo in animals, and it works in a lot of other foods that we've tested it in. And it works, here again is V, and here is A, in combination with cinnamaldehyde, for example, and we can see that it works much better against Listeria monocytogenes. There are other problems with niacin as well. Lots of strains, unfortunately, have something called the niacin resistance protein. The niacin resistance protein is present in a lot of streptococci, and what the niacin resistance protein does is it cleaves niacin at this position here, between this, what was originally serine and another serine. We get the niacin resistant protein cleaves here at position 29. And that essentially abolishes the activity of niacin. So what we did was we introduced a different set of amino acids here between the serine and the isoleucine. At this position, we changed them to a proline and a valine, and now this version is completely resistant to the niacin resistance protein. The lawn here are cells that have the niacin resistance protein. The wild type niacin is only very poorly effective, but the niacin PV is very effective against that niacin resistance protein. So once again, we can use engineering to introduce different properties to the peptide. Yet another example, I also told you that niacin induces its own production. So niacin is self-inducing. And what we were able to generate here was a niacin A variant by introducing 2 threonines in this ring, ring number 2. We were able to create the normal niacin is capable of inducing at 100% and killing at 100%, but this variant still induces at 100%, but now it no longer kills effectively. So now we can use this niacin to induce niacin production without running the risk of killing the producing strain. So another interesting variant. And another block on using niacin, particularly in the gut, is that niacin is very sensitive to proteases. So here we see a niacin being broken down by trypsin, and that's because trypsin has 3 cut sites in the niacin peptide, and chymotrypsin additionally has 3 cut sites, 2 of which are shared with trypsin and 1 of which is different. So there's 6 protease sites on the peptide. We made 5 changes to niacin. We changed the amino acids in these positions where you get cuts by these proteases. And now we have a version which is still fully active, but is completely insensitive to protease digestion. So a bacteriocin that could potentially be used in the gut to treat perhaps foodborne disease. And there are lots of other variants. I won't go through them all. Niacin I4V, for example, with a valine at position 4, is very effective against Staphylococcus pseudointermedius and Staphylococcus intermedius. These are canine pathogens that cause severe disease in dogs. And you can see that niacin I4V is much more active than niacin A. And niacin S29G, where the serine at 29 has been changed to a glycine, is much more active against a number of different strains, but particularly interesting, it's active against gram-negatives, whereas wild-type niacin is not very active against gram-negatives. So we can alter and improve the properties of niacin through this kind of niacin bioengineering. We can also try and find completely new bacteriocins. We don't have to just limit ourselves to niacin. And I want to tell you something about some of the bacteriocins that we've been able to find through our screening programs. So perhaps one of the most interesting bacteriocins we found was lactocin 3147. Now, lactocin 3147 is produced by Lactococcus lactis, so it's another member of the LAB, and it's actually a 2-component antibiotic. So niacin has a single peptide, but lactocin has 2 peptides. And once again, we get these ring structures, 4 in the alpha peptide and 3 in the beta peptide. We have solved the structure of this bacteriocin, so we know exactly what it looks like. And interestingly, the genes are encoded on a conjugative plasmid. These are the genes here. 10 genes are required to produce lactocin, and these 10 genes are located on a conjugative plasmid that we can move easily between strains of Lactococcus lactis. And so we have created up to 50 or more strains of Lactococcus lactis that can now produce lactocin 3147, but not using genetic engineering, just by using conjugation. It's got some other differences. For example, it needs 1 protein for each peptide to modify them. And it also has these very unusual D amino acids in 3 positions. So as you know, all gene-encoded peptides and proteins are made up of L amino acids, but these are actually D amino acids. And when we convert them back into L amino acids, we completely lose activity. So they're very complicated, highly specific peptides. And we've also been able to study the mode of action of these. And what we can show is that the alpha peptide binds to lipid 2. This is similar to what niacin does. But then the A2 peptide, or the beta peptide, that alpha peptide already has an impact then on the cell wall. The cell wall gets thinner, and eventually A1 will kill the cell. You can see A1 alone here is capable of killing the cell, but A1 and A2 together are much more active, and that's because A2 forms a pore then by interacting with the A1 lipid 2 complex to form a pore. And we can prove that this is the mechanism, because if we trap lipid 2 on the other side of the membrane, if you like, then lactocin has no impact. It has to be able to access lipid 2 to form this pore. And we've done several things with this. One example, which involves lactic acid bacteria, is that once again, we move this conjugative plasmid into starter bacteria that are used to make cheese. And I'm sure you're all familiar with cheese microbiology, but particularly cheddar cheese microbiology. The cheese is made with a starter bacterium, and then over the months of ripening, the starter bacteria dies off. But it is replaced by these non-starter lactic acid bacteria which grow on the cheese. And these impart a lot of the characteristics of the cheese, the flavor, the aroma, and usually a good cheese has to have good non-starter lactic acid bacteria. And when you look at these non-starter lactic acid bacteria using genetic fingerprinting techniques, you can see that it's a mixture of lots of different lactic acid bacteria. But these are not controlled by the cheesemaker. These come from the environment. And sometimes you can get a bad cheese because these are not desirable non-starter lactic acid bacteria. So what we did was we introduced this plasmid into the starter bacterium, and now the cheese is still made, but now no non-starter lactic acid bacteria ever appear in the cheese, because of course the cheese is full of lactocin 3147. And you can see that this is just the cheese itself melted and put into a well, and you can see the activity is preserved even up to 9 months. What we can then do is take one non-starter lactic acid bacterium that gives good flavor characteristics and make it not resistant but tolerant to lactocin, so that it can grow in the presence of small amounts of lactocin. And then if we introduce that into the milk, the cheese milk, now we get this non-starter lactic acid bacteria growing in the cheese, but it's all the same non-starter lactic acid bacteria. So we can go from a situation where we cannot control the lactic acid bacteria in cheese to either eliminating them or reintroducing one that we want to have in the cheese. So it gives us complete control over the microbiology of the cheese making process. So kind of an interesting application there for a bacteriocin. We can also grow the bacteriocin producing a strain in milk and then make a milk powder and use that powder as an ingredient in, for example, in baby formula, in pasteurized milk, in lots of other foods. And what we see is that the bacteriocin survives the spray drying process and gives very good antimicrobial activity. We can even extend the shelf life of pasteurized milk up to a month or more, whereas normally the milk would be spoiled after a couple of weeks. So lots of applications for these bacteriocins. We've even used them in veterinary medicine. For example, here we're using it to treat mastitis. So what we have here are animals. There's a product called a teat seal, which is like a bismuth sulfate cream, which is introduced into the teat of the animal to prevent bacteria from gaining access and causing mastitis. This is done when the cows are drying off, when they're stopping giving milk. We then deliberately infected these animals with Streptococcus dysgalactiae, and 50% or almost 50% of the animals developed mastitis, while 18% had clinical levels of infection. 34% of the animals did not get infected. But when we included lactocin in the teat seal, now we got, even though we infected with the same level of Streptococcus dysgalactiae, we had no case of mastitis. 90% of the animals were completely clear of the infecting organism, and only 9% had any subclinical infection. So a very dramatic improvement in animal health as a result of using these bacteriocins. So they can be used in food and in veterinary medicine, and we predict also in human medicine. We've also tried a lot of bioengineering on lactocin 3147, but unfortunately, we've never made a more active version. We have been able to show which amino acids are essential, and all of the amino acids colored red here with the red bar beneath them are essential, and these are all the amino acids that are involved in ring structures, as we might have expected. The other amino acids, we can change them, but we've never been able to change them in a way that we get enhanced activity. And this has been a bit frustrating, but it seems that lactocin 3147 is very difficult, at least, to improve, whereas niacin we can improve reasonably easily. I want to switch to another bacteriocin, this time a new bacteriocin that we've identified just recently in Lactobacillus salivarius DPC 6502. This was found in a screening program. It's got a very unusual structure. It's actually shaped a bit like a tennis racket. It's got a circle, as you can see here, and then it's got a tail of amino acids. And you might notice that this tail of amino acids arginine, histidine, and lysine, these are all positively charged amino acids. So it's a highly positively charged tail, and then this loop, again, like the tennis bat structure, with a disulfide bridge connecting these two cysteines. We've done site-directed mutagenesis on these. What we've been able to show is that if you eliminate this positive tail, then you eliminate activity. The more amino acids you chew off that tail, the less active bactifensin becomes. But also, if we change these amino acids in the loop, we find that we can change those amino acids without really affecting activity too much. The immunity here is due to a very different type of immunity mechanism, but I won't really go into that. So a very interesting bacteriocin with a very unusual structure and presumably a very unusual mode of action, which we're just investigating right now. The nice thing about bactifensin is we can simply synthesize it. We don't even have to make it with the bacterium. We can just make it in the lab in a peptide synthesizer, and we get really good activity from the synthesized bactifensin. And then we can, of course, make variants not by genetic engineering, but simply by producing different variants in the amino acid synthesizer. So here's a lot of different variants of bactifensin. Once again, what we've been able to show is that all of the amino acids can be changed and activity is retained, but we haven't found any changes that increase activity just yet. What is interesting is if we change any of the amino acids in the loop for their D amino acid equivalent, we lose activity in nearly all cases. And so these amino acids out here, while they're changeable, they do play a role in activity. They can't just be simply changed to D amino acids. And we know that it's a very unusual mechanism of action. It works very slowly. So here you see, for example, Staphylococcus aureus, a lawn of Staphylococcus aureus. And what we've done is we put niacin in this well and bactifensin in this well. And even after 8 hours, we still see no impact of the bactifensin, but the niacin has already killed all of the cells that it's going to kill. However, over time, after 10 hours and after a day, now the bactifensin begins to kill the cells. And we see that in these assays as well. For example, the target cell grows quite well for quite a long time, and then you get the killing activity of bactifensin. And we can see that as well in flow cytometry, that there's a much slower shift from live to injured to dead with bactifensin than there is with niacin. So it obviously acts by a very different mechanism. And what we've been doing recently is looking at the impact of bacteriocins, including bactifensin, on the gut microbiome. Obviously, people are really interested in manipulating and shaping the gut microbiome. And what we did was we introduced either bactifensin producing lactobacillus or a genetic knockout, which can no longer produce bactifensin, or the bactifensin peptide itself, or of course a control. And then we can look at the impact on the microbial population of the gut over time. And I won't go through this in great detail, but I just want to say that even though bactifensin is broad spectrum, it has a very subtle effect on microbiome composition. We see increases in Bacteroides, for example, in Clostridium and in Bifidobacterium, but it's quite subtle, and it may provide us with a way of influencing the microbiome without causing dramatic differences as you get with most broad spectrum antibiotics. Another interesting bacteriocin that we've just recently found, this is Ivan Sugro in the lab, is not produced by a lactic acid bacteria, it's produced by an Actinomyces ruminicola, but we've called it actifensin. This is a completely new class of bacteriocins that we've only just identified. And once we identified actifensin A, which is the one we've just found, we were able to find similar genes in lots of other bacteria. But interestingly, not just in bacteria, but also in insects, in fungi, and even in oysters. And what we found, we even find more distant relations in humans. In fact, this bacteriocin is about 54% identical to human defensins. And they follow the same kind of overall structure and shape. So this is a very new example of bacteria producing an antimicrobial that humans also produce, and that many different members of the animal kingdom produce. So a kind of a cross-kingdom antimicrobial here, produced by actinomyces in this case. Here's another one produced by a bacillus. This is another two-component antibiotic, a bit like lactazine 3147. This one is produced by Bacillus paralicheniformis. This is an interesting one because we found it in the guts of a fish that was caught off the coast of Ireland. This is the track that the fishing boat that caught that particular fish was on. And we caught this fish, and then it's a mackerel, and we were able to isolate this bacteriocin producer, another broad spectrum bacteriocin. So you can look in really unusual places for these bacteriocins. What was interesting about this was that because this bacteriocin kills superbugs, it was celebrated in Ireland by the production of a stamp. So this is a stamp that was released as a limited edition, and you can see the title here, Mackerel Bacteria Kills Superbugs, and it was produced in our institute. And they even had an advertising campaign for science in Ireland, what if mackerel could fight superbugs? So that was done by a student in Paul and my lab called Fergus Collins, who you see here. So we never expected when we started science to end up on a stamp in Ireland. And another thing I'd like to mention is that a lot of bacteriocins work very effectively in combination with other antimicrobials. So very often people compare bacteriocins against antibiotics or against food additives, but you can actually put them together. And so what we see here is that both niacin and lactazine 3147 improve the efficacy of antibiotics. So if we have, for example, let's look at this Enterococcus faecium here. This is untreated Enterococcus faecium. This is lactazine 3147, has a good effect. Penicillin G has an effect, which is not quite as good. But if you put lactazine and penicillin G together, now we get complete elimination of the pathogen. So it might be possible to re-energize some of the existing antibiotics by adding bacteriocins or by using mixes. So I would encourage people to think about bacteriocins in combinations with other things. We've done this in food as well by combining bacteriocins with food additives. And again, we get enhanced protection against different target bacteria. So I hope in this relatively brief talk, I've given you something to think about. Bacteriocins are very widely distributed across many different lactic acid bacteria. And so they're obviously of interest to us. We often wonder about what role they play in lactic acid bacteria. Obviously, they must help in competition, but we know they also act for quorum sensing. So they probably act as a way that bacteria can both talk to each other and kill each other when times are tough and they need to access a particular environmental niche. There's an incredibly high diversity of natural bacteriocins within the lactic acid bacteria, but in some instances, at least in the instance of niacin, we can enhance those properties by bioengineering. And I gave you examples of enhanced anti-listeria, where we can induce, but with no activity, protease resistance, gram-negatives, resistance to niacin resistance protein. I didn't talk about the anti-staph ones, but we have ones that are much better against anti-staph as well. I think that LAB bacteriocins do have a future. That's why I chose the title Back to the Future. I think they will be used much more in food and medical and in veterinary applications because they're natural, they come from a natural, safe bacteria, and they can work very effectively in complex environments like food and the gut. And I just emphasized in the last slide, bacteriocins can be used in combination with food additives or traditional antibiotics. They don't have to be used on their own. They can be used as part of a kind of hurdle technology to eliminate or control target bacteria. I'll finish by thanking my colleagues. All of the work that I presented here today was done in collaboration with Paul Ross. Paul Cotter is a very talented student in our lab who is now a professor here in Cork and is a collaborator. Des Field is a postdoc who did or oversaw all of the niacin bioengineering work. And of course, I'd like to thank all the past and present members of the Bacteriocin Lab in both UCC and Chagas. And I'd like to thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Prof. Corin. Very wonderful talk. Before I let you go, I have a question from me myself first. Where can we buy the stamps?
Yes, well, email me and I'll send you one.
All right, thank you very much. So we have a couple of questions here. So the first one is actually from Mr. Chin. He is asking, the data on your slide seems to show that bacteriocin do not die immediately after they are exposed to niacin. So the question is that niacin can form damage in the bacterial membrane with the theory that they will be able to make the bacteria swell and burst to die. So, but it does not seem to be in the case. So is this because the bacterial glycan cells will restrict the expansion of the bacteria and delay the death of the bacteria? If so, can the use of bacterial glycanase and niacin enhance the bactericidal effects of niacin and shorten the sterilization time?
So it's a very good question, and not one that I've given a lot of thought to. I mean, it depends, of course, on the amount of niacin you add. If you add very high levels of niacin, they kill the cells very quickly. If you add too low levels, then they don't kill them at all. And then somewhere in the middle, what you can see is that the cells, they actually get a bit longer. So they continue to grow, but they do not divide. And that's probably because the cell wall is getting thinner and thinner, and then finally they burst. So the idea of using peptidoglycanases is a very good one. I think it's something that we should probably look at. Very good suggestion. Thank you.
Right. So another question is from Adeline to you. So the first question is, in your experience, which metagenesis approach is less laborious and have higher chance of success to find a good mutants? Random or directed mutagenesis? The second one is, what is your opinion on using genetic modified LAB for commercial use?
Yeah, two good questions again. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. If you don't have any preliminary information and you're just looking for an enhanced mutant, then I think random mutagenesis is the best thing to do. But then you might need to screen 40, 50, 60,000 variants to find one that is better, or you may never find one that's better. So it's high risk, but high gain if you find it. The saturation mutagenesis is what we normally do. We use random mutagenesis. And then if we find, for example, that changing amino acid 21 from a histidine to a valine gives us better activity, we then change that histidine to all 19 others to see if any of the other amino acids will give us even more activity. So we do it in stages. The question about genetic modification, here in Europe at least, we have been given approval that these mutants, because of the way we make them, are not actually considered to be GMOs, because we've only changed 1 or 2 nucleotides in the entire genome and only 1 amino acid in the peptide. And because we can do that in a way that leaves behind no genetic material, the European Union at least has agreed these are not GMOs. And so we don't have to pass that regulation. I don't know how other jurisdictions around the world would consider it.
Right, thank you. Another question from Nadia. In the past research, it has been mentioned that niacin is sensitive to alpha cytotrypsin, but not to trypsin. However, you did mention that the niacin is sensitive to both of the proteins. May I know, is there any reason how the sensitivity may change over the time?
I think this again is a matter of concentration and time. If you expose niacin to alpha chymotrypsin for say half an hour at 37 degrees, which would be a pretty typical exposure, you will lose almost no activity. So you can say that it is resistant. But if you let that time go on and you leave it go for say 6 or 12 hours, then you will eliminate the niacin. So they are actually sensitive, but it takes a long time. And so what we were trying to do was eliminate even that level of sensitivity. But the questioner is correct. I mean, in general terms, you would say it's not very sensitive, probably because of all those ring structures that have been introduced.
All right. So there's another question from Prof. Fu asking that will bacteriocin induce anti-cancer impact?
Yes, and in fact, we've done that kind of work, at least in the lab, on cancer cell lines. We can show that niacin can kill cancer cell lines. And we've also tested some of our variants against these cancer cell lines, and some of them are a little bit better than the original at killing them. So yes, and we've actually submitted a paper on that, which should be published pretty soon.
All right, I think there's the last question coming from Dr. Hassanin Talib. So he is asking, Prof. Colin, what is your opinion on any future mutations in intestinal microbiome and the possibility of adverse effects of, or even if it become carcinogenic effects, become cancerous effects? So
yeah,
what is your thoughts?
I assume that what I'm being asked about here is when we can kind of change the microbiome by using bacteriocins. The bacteriocins themselves have never been shown, at least, to be carcinogenic or have an oncogenic effect, and they're administered at incredibly low concentrations. So I don't think that's a worry. But I do think we ought to be very careful about changing the microbiome just to see what happens. The microbiome is like an organ. It's like your liver or your kidneys or your heart, and you wouldn't just take a drug that changes your liver and see what happens. You would want to know that you're going to have a good outcome. So I think we have to be very careful about manipulating the microbiome until we understand it a little bit better than we do right now. So it's a very good point.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think, thank you for your presentation. Very, very good presentation. So, all right, we are now approaching to the end of our webinar today. So may I request all the participants to turn on your camera for a group photo? Dr. Sherry, if you're ready, just give me a signal, yeah? Thank you.
Okay, just hold on. Okay, I think there are still quite a number have not on their video. And others, please on your video. Thank you. Okay, so I will take for the first page first. For some just starting, it keeps changing.
Maybe give them 1 minute to ready because sometimes it's lagging, in terms of time.
Okay, no problem, Prof. Okay, so I will take now. Is that okay? So 1, 2, 3. For a moment, I go to the second page first.
If we don't see your face, we won't give you the certificate after this, Just a joke. Right.
Before now, I think still quite a number. Okay. Before this one now, I think quite a number have on. So 1, 2, 3.
Is that okay, Dr. Sherry?
Okay. Okay, should be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sherry. Thank you, everyone. All right, so please also visit the chat box. We have put in a link of a Google form for your e-certification. You may check the link that we have posted, and yeah, our community has already posted the link over here again. Please remember to fill in the Google link so we can issue the e-certificate to you soon. So now let's welcome back Professor Ming-Chu Chen for the concluding remark. Professor Chen, please.
Thank you, Dr. Low. And hi, everyone. It's Miru Chen again. And through these wonderful talks, I believe all of you have a fruitful day and got lots of the new insights and knowledge about lactic acid bacteria. Okay, I think this conference is just a beginning. Yeah. There were more and more, not only the conference, but some business or research cooperation will happen, I think, in the near future. So before letting you go, I will remind you about the 11th Asia Conference on lactic acid bacteria. I will share my screen. There's some QR code. Maybe you can just scan. Yeah. Wow. Not yet, right? Could you see the screen here?
Yes. It's showing
Okay,
on
good.
the screen now.
So
Yep.
actually the ACOAB 11 were held on 5th and 6th November 2021 this year. And actually they are open for the registration and the abstract submission. So there's a website here, so you can just scan it. If you are interested, just check the website, okay? And finally, I will close the meeting right now. And I hope all of you have a great summer and keep healthy and stay safe. Stay safe is quite important right now, especially for the pandemic of the COVID-19. And bye-bye and see you around. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye everyone. Hope to
Bye-bye,
see you,
everyone.
yeah, end of year and next
Thank you
year.
for joining.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
See you, bye-bye.
叫做好。
How can I need to go back?